If you have already watched this introductory information, you can skip ahead no more than 10 minutes. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis due to a bird strike into Busch Stadium. In the area code 314, it will be a burning bush, as described in Exodus 3:14, on November 27, 2024. She will be replaced by Michelle Obama, and then Barack Obama will replace Michelle. I am predicting that former President Jimmy Carter will die on November 4th, and that his prophetic funeral, in which Trump will sit next to Obama, will be on November 8th. It is predicted that President Trump will die from a heart attack on January 1st, 2025. It is also predicted that Trump's heart attack will be triggered by a directed energy weapon that will target Trump through Bluetooth technology. The components inside the pointy thing that Trump took will facilitate this, and it is believed that when Barack Obama is sitting next to Trump at Jimmy Carter's funeral, Obama will obtain Trump's Bluetooth MAC address, which will be used to target Trump with a directed energy weapon. I am predicting that dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, New York City, and there will be a large-scale evacuation on December 16th. I am predicting that Israel will bomb Iran on December 17th. Israel will nuke and completely destroy Damascus, Syria on December 26th, 2024. I am predicting that singer-songwriter Paul Simon will die on November 8th, 2024. It is predicted that after Kamala Harris's death in a plane crash, Joe Biden will appoint Michelle Obama as his vice president. On December 17th, the Democrat Party will use their electoral votes to make Michelle Obama the president-elect. It is predicted that on either December 22nd or 25th, Joe Biden will suffer a stroke. It is predicted that on December 26, 2024, Joe Biden will step down and Vice President Michelle Obama will become the 47th president. It is predicted that on December 26th, Michelle Obama will appoint Barack Obama as the 51st vice president. On January 12, 2025, Michelle Obama will step down and Barack Obama will become the 48th president. His public inauguration ceremony will be on January 20th, 2025. It is predicted that on April 20th, 2025, there will be an outbreak of monkeypox or Marburg disease or both. April 20th will be a symbolic beginning to a new pandemic. June 8th, 2025, the true Feast of Pentecost in the calendar that watches for new moons, will be the day of the resurrection rapture event. It is predicted that on June 9th, the day after the rapture, the key will open the bottomless pit and fallen angels will cross over into the earthly realm. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to the fifth trumpet judgment that is described in Revelation chapter 9, when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to demons pretending to be aliens, and it is possible that June 9th will be the day Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. This will immediately give Pope Francis, the Antichrist, supreme power over governments of the world. At some point, there will be a massive Mary apparition that will deceive the masses, because all Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to a zombie pandemic and the masses becoming demonically possessed that will be facilitated through the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist and 5G frequencies. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to the coming genocide politicide in America. It is predicted that on August 6th, 2025, the historic barge that has been stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River for over 100 years will finally break free and crash over Niagara Falls. The reason for this is that Niagara Falls is Noah's flood symbolism, and the barge was involved in the most dramatic rescue in the history of Niagara Falls, symbolic of Noah's Ark. Niagara in the native language means straight, narrow way, and Niagara's Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the CN Tower in downtown Toronto, because Toronto and its tower are symbolic of the Tower of Babel. In a game of horseshoes, the object is to aim the horseshoe and throw it at the metal stick, which is why the Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the metal stick that is the CN Tower. God is communicating that as testament for those who will live in the 1,000 years of Christ's reign on earth, the geography of North America will, as a result of a massive earthquake, be divided by a body of water from the Great Lakes to the Mississippi Delta. This destruction will be judgment on America and Canada for attempting to divide God's land, Israel. When this happens, the water in the Great Lakes will spill out over southern Ontario and Toronto. I am predicting that a solar flare will erupt on the surface of the sun and send a coronal mass ejection that will hit Earth on August 13th, 2025. Which will knock out America's power grid and will lead to food shortages. The hit of the coronal mass ejection, predicted for August 13th, that will knock out the power grid will also knock many planes out of the sky. I am predicting that on August 23rd, 2025, there will be a catastrophic asteroid hit of Earth, which will trigger the eruption of Yellowstone volcano and will cause the volcano in the Canary Islands to collapse into the Atlantic Ocean and send a mega tsunami towards the east coast. The asteroid will also trigger a mega landslide on Hawaii Island that will trigger a mega tsunami that will hit the west coast. It will also trigger the collapse of the Hoover Dam, which will cause a water panic in California, and many other devastating earthquakes. The day of the Lord, the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ, Judgment Day, will be on the Day of Atonement, October 1st, 2025. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived, and more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. If you have already watched this essential introductory information in another video, you can skip ahead to the 3-hour and 33-minute mark. The information in this video is showing how God was pointing to the date July 1st in regards to the predicted death of James Earl Carter, former President Jimmy Carter. The prediction being made in this video that James Earl Carter or Jimmy Carter would die on July 1st is 100% correct. The information in this video is valid. God was pointing overwhelmingly to July 1st, 2024 with Jimmy Carter connections. Not only is the information in these videos that predicted July 1st valid, it is extremely important and must be watched. Through the connections God used to point to July 1st, God told important stories and revealed essential knowledge. These videos must be watched. July 1st ended up being a step in the trail of signs that is 10 days before Carter's predicted funeral at the National Cathedral on July 11th, 2024. All right, this email here that I'm reading was originally composed the day after July 1st, and God was also pointing to July 6th, and therefore the signs that revealed adding 10 days to July 1st was believed that it was because that would be the day of the funeral, and that July 6th would be the date of Jimmy Carter's death. It turns out that we received amazing prophetic signs on July 6th as well that confirmed all of the analysis for Jimmy Carter, and this will be explained in another video, so make sure you watch all of the Jimmy Carter videos. There will be, for example, a video dedicated to the prophetic signs that God is using to point to the extremely important prophetic sign that will be the funeral. In other words, the biggest part of the signs, the theme that God is using for Jimmy Carter is involving the funeral, and I'll explain why. It has to do with the lineup of the former presidents sitting in the pew at the funeral, okay? And anyway, it is now believed that, well, the signs confirm it as well, including this 10 days. This 10 days that was for adding to July 1st was to get to the date of Jimmy Carter's death, not his funeral, okay? So this is correct, this 10 days, and I, again, will explain how we get this 10 days from the signs that occurred on July 1st. In just a minute, I'll explain that. Now, the rest of this paragraph here, I simply speak about how this movie, which was being pointed to on July 1st, this movie named How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Believe it or not, you'll see this is a movie God pointed to, and believe it or not, if you are new to this, even this concept of God using pop culture, well, get used to it because this is how it works. God is highly involved in the world. That's the thing that surprises people. Even Christians will be shocked to learn how involved God has been throughout the years in history. All right, and that's proven with these prophetic signs, including, and again, this movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. It's a movie about do's and don'ts, which is a hint at the 10 Commandments. All right, this will be explained. Well, anyway, again, so we received the sign this movie, it hinted at adding 10 days. We get July 11th. There's far more confirmation than only that. All right, and that's the rest of this paragraph, and I'll just continue on here. All right, so what you just heard was recorded prior to July 11th. July 11th also ended up being another amazing step in the trail of signs leading to the death of Jimmy Carter. In other words, the signs that occurred on July 11th related to all of the analysis for Jimmy Carter. They were, in other words, signs related to the coming death of Jimmy Carter. The sign we received on this day, one of them was the death of Shelley Duvall, who is most remembered for her portrayal of Wendy in the movie The Shining, with her co-star Jack Nicholson, which is amazing because on July 1st, 10 days earlier, was the death of Robert Towne. And Robert Towne famously won the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for the movie Chinatown, starring Jack Nicholson, which, as I'm about to explain, is how we get to the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. In other words, this wasn't expected in advance, but the 10-day interval that I just said God was pointing to between July 1st and July 11th both end up being signs involving movies starring Jack Nicholson. Well, the reason for Jack Nicholson in itself is that God is using men named Nick to point to the Nicolaitan doctrine that in the book of Revelation, Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine. And also in Revelation chapter 2, the same chapter, God, or Jesus, speaks of a 10 days period of testing for the saints in context of Nicolaitan doctrine. And that is because the vast majority of American Christians are Nicolaitans. And Jesus is coming to make war on this. Please make no mistake. I know far better than you the reason for the purpose of this prediction that is from God for the death of Jimmy Carter. I know what is going on. And the purpose of the prediction is to prove what I am saying, which is that if you are listening to this and you are a Christian, you most likely have the Nicolaitan doctrine. Now, to explain it would require at minimum another 10-15 minutes. So I'm not going to do it because I've explained it so many other times in other videos, and maybe even I do it later in this video. But you need to watch the 23 church signs video, okay? Nicolaitan means ruling over the laity. Jesus forbid pastors. Pastors are the problem, as are priests, bishops, and popes, etc. The warning that Jesus gave, the first one of many people claiming to be anointed, leading many people astray, are pastors. All right, but that's all I'm going to say. Also read the links in the description box below this video. Now, the sign involving Shelley Duvall, who died at the age of 75 on the day of the 75th anniversary of the NATO summit, hinted at adding 7 + 5 days to get to July 23rd, which is 7/23. And one of the most referenced things in cinema is from the movie The Shining, Room 237. Room 237 hints at 7/23. Outside the US, the date 7/23 is written as 23/7, which hints at room 23/7. And also, 2 + 3 = 5, and then 7 gives us a 7 and a 5, just like the death of Shelley Duvall at the age of 75. So room 237 also hints at 2 + 3 = 5 + 7 = 12, and it is 12 days after July 11th that we get July 23rd, the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die, and that's also why Shelley Duvall died at the age of 75 on the 75th anniversary of the NATO summit, which also hints at adding 7 + 5 to get July 23rd. Now, trust me, I am only scratching the surface here. I have made an amazing video. It is so profound, you have no idea. I can't exaggerate that. I can't express that enough, okay? And it is titled The Shining Video. I've titled this movie, or this video that's explaining in far more detail than I just have, the signs that occurred on July 11th. And I've titled the video, The Shining. It is an absolute must-watch. Of course, the wise person will recognize when the prediction comes to pass that every minute of every video should be watched, including every minute of every Jimmy Carter video. But make sure you watch the Shining video on this channel. And by the way, the reason why every minute of every video should be watched is because it is through these trails of signs and these stories that God is telling through the connections of his prophetic signs that God is revealing very extremely important knowledge, information that everyone needs to know. All right, I am now recording this after July 23rd. Today is July 29th, and the prophetic signs that were expected in advance of July 23rd confirmed all of the analysis. Again, God was pointing to July 23rd in regards to the coming prophetic death of James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter. Both James Earl Jones and Jimmy Carter are, by the way, in God's signs, king symbolism, which is why the sign we received on July 23rd involved the King of Hollywood. This is a nickname for Clint Eastwood. He also goes by the King of Western movie genre, the King of Western, the King of Hollywood, Clint Eastwood. We had more movie signs, and so much was opened up. God showed so much amazing information and revealed it through the signs that occurred on July 23rd that another separate video will be made, and it'll be titled The Unforgiven Video. There'll be a thumbnail with a picture of Clint Eastwood on it, and it'll be titled Unforgiven. This is the movie in which Clint Eastwood directed and starred in and won many Academy Awards. And of course, the name Unforgiven is a prophetic hint at God's judgment for America and it being unforgiven, having not repented. Clint Eastwood is known for saying in a published interview that Barack Obama was the biggest hoax on America in American history. Obama is the biggest hoax on America in history. And he said this right after, just a week after, his famous speech he delivered at the Republican National Convention, in which he spontaneously pretended to be interviewing Barack Obama, sitting next to him. And he was mocked in the media for this, which is why he gave this interview to his hometown, small town in California, the local newspaper, which published this interview, in which Clint Eastwood said that the biggest hoax in American history was Barack Obama. And this became a major news story in itself, him calling Obama the biggest hoax in American history. This is why one of the things that point to Clint Eastwood on July 23rd was the senator from the 45th state quickly reposting a hoax that Jimmy Carter had died. And again, God was pointing to July 23rd ahead of time for the death of Jimmy Carter. And on this day was a major news story regarding this hoax regarding the death of Jimmy Carter. This senator from the 45th state reposted this, and the senator's name is Mike Lee, and he quickly reposted it without checking to see if it was real, which hints at Quick Mike, the name of the character at the center of the plot in the movie Unforgiven. One of the other news stories on this day that confirms all of this is the announcement, the report in the New York Post regarding the announcement from the Monterey County Health Department regarding how it is that Clint Eastwood's wife died. I will be explaining more. I'm just going through this very superficially here. This just briefly, to explain how it is that July 23rd was confirmed, the analysis was confirmed, and how it reveals adding an additional 9 days to get to the date that it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 1st. This Senator Mike Lee, who hints at Quick Mike, also posted another hoax 6 + 6 + 6 days earlier, which hints at the Antichrist's number 666. He did the same thing. He quickly reposted a hoax regarding Joe Biden's regarding a medical emergency that Joe Biden supposedly had on his Air Force One. This is because all of this is connecting to the death of Kamala Harris in her Air Force plane. And this senator is the senator from the 45th state, and I will explain in the Unforgiving video how the 4th out of 5 Dirty Harry movies about a detective from San Francisco, and Kamala Harris is from San Francisco, and as in Dirty Harry, the detective in the Dirty Harry movies in San Francisco. Well, anyway, the 45th state is the sign on this day, but also on this day, Elon Musk, in his interview, speaking of interviews with Clint Eastwood, told Jordan Peterson that he was not donating $45 million to the Trump campaign. And Trump is the 45th president. Jordan Peterson hints at Michael Jordan, who also wore jersey number 45, in addition to his jersey number 23, which is the jersey number that Barack Obama, the basketball president, wore in high school. Michael Jordan also wore jersey number 9 when he played for the U.S. Olympic Dream Team, in which the team outscored their opponents by an average of 44 points, which hints at the 44th president, skipping the 45th presidency. And the number 45 is the 9th triangular number. In the Unforgiven video, I will explain how the news of Clint Eastwood's wife and his death points to the death of his former girlfriend and wife, Sandra Locke, who starred with him, Clint Eastwood, in the only Clint Eastwood directed Dirty Harry movie, the fourth of the 5 Dirty Harry movies, which also hints at the number 45. And again, 45 is the 9th triangular number. And this is why it is 9 days from these signs on July 23rd to the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 1st. The 4th of the 5th Dirty Harry movies made $150,000. This is one reason for it being revealed that 15 days after July 23rd and these Clint Eastwood-related prophetic signs will be the day that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash on August 7th. The reason why this all points to Sandra Locke, the former girlfriend and wife of Clint Eastwood, is that throughout her entire career and for her entire public life after her public, is that throughout her entire career and also her public life after her career, she maintained a big hoax regarding her birth date. In her first role, she shaved off 6 years to get her role, which got her nominated for an Academy Award. 6 years is 2 times 3 years, which hints at 23. And this hints at Barack Obama, the basketball president, who wore jersey number 23. And it is what Clint Eastwood is alluding to when he called Obama the biggest hoax. He's alluding to the hoax of Obama having been born, his birth location in the U.S., which is why the hoax of Clint Eastwood's girlfriend is relevant regarding her hoax about her birth date. Her hoax of 2 times 3 years, which hints at 23, pairs with the number 9, and this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter as the Bible says is required, and this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination. and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which God would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9 and 23. 23 is the 9th prime number. Barack Obama, the basketball president, wore 23 and became president in 2009. In other words, the hoax of Clint Eastwood's former girlfriend of 2 times 3 years confirms the addition of the 9 days from these signs related to Clint Eastwood on July 23rd to give us the date that Jimmy Carter will die on August 1st. Now again, I'm only scratching the surface here. This video that I'm speaking of, the video that will be titled The Unforgiven Prophecy, is so overwhelmingly astounding, it must be watched. And the reason is because through this story that God is telling, there is extremely important knowledge that everyone needs to know. All right, I am now recording this on August 3rd. The signs on August 1st confirmed all of the analysis. The story is amazing. God provided more prophetic signs that revealed an entirely different story, as each step along the way does. And the story that God told through the signs that occurred on August 1st brought in the story of President Gerald Ford, who Jimmy Carter beat in the 76 election, 1976. Gerald Ford was the football president. And one of the signs we received on August 1st that confirmed all of the analysis was a football game, the first preseason football game of the season, which, and I'll explain this in another video. It'll be a truly amazing video. Make sure you watch it. I don't know what the title of it will be yet, but it'll explain what I'm about to just briefly, the point here is to just tell you that the signs confirmed all of the analysis and revealed adding 4 more days. One of the signs was a football game that pointed to Gerald Ford, the football president, who Jimmy Carter beat. But one way in which God did this was through the football games one football game in particular in which Gerald Ford participated in, which was the Chicago Charities College All-Star football game, which was an annual football game played between the winner of the Super Bowl and an all-star team made up of college players. That ended in 76, the year that Gerald Ford was beaten by Jimmy Carter in the election. That was the last year of this annual tradition. And Gerald Ford played in one of these games. That game was against Chicago. It's also titled the Chicago Charities Football Game because it was played annually in Chicago, but it wasn't always involving the Chicago Bears. But anyway, the Antichrist is the 44th president who is from Chicago. One clue for adding 4 days. Also, the football game score, the one that occurred on August 1st, 2024, had a point difference of 4 points. The score was, which confirmed adding 4 days to get August 5th, the date it is now predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. The score was 21-17, and 21 hints at 3. The 17 hints at 8, which together hint at 38. Gerald Ford was the 38th president. Okay, also, the story, the sports media story of this game regarding this first football game of the season was about how there is a new rule for kickoffs which is symbolic or hinting at the kickoff, if you will, of the end times and the destruction of America. And that is what Jimmy Carter symbolizes, which is explained in these videos. I have, importantly, well, let me see. Yes, extremely importantly, the Jimmy Carter funeral video. All of the videos that are making the prediction for Jimmy Carter's death should be watched, and the wise person will recognize this when the prediction comes to pass. But the funeral video is, unlike the other videos, it's the only one that's really talking about the prophetic signs pointing or regarding the funeral, which will be a massive prophetic sign. Anyway, Jimmy Carter is symbolic of Methuselah, and the name Methuselah means when he dies, destruction. Methuselah died in the Bible at the time of the flood, when it began. Methuselah was Noah's grandfather. Okay, so anyway, that's what is hinted at with the kickoff, but it's also hinting at the kickoff event of the demons pretending to be aliens, and Jimmy Carter is the UFO president. That's explained in other videos. Okay, so the thing about the new rule for the kickoffs in the NFL, and the reason why they made the rule, changed the rule, is because kickoffs were the most dangerous play in the game when the players rush down the entire field aiming to tackle the person that catches the ball. And the NFL has a controversy over how it is an unhealthy sport and people suffer brain damage, particularly when they are hit hard, and that's what happens on kickoffs. So this was for safety reasons, and that's also prophetic because we are also looking at the event prior to the beginning kickoff event of the alien deception, of the rescue and rapture of God's faithful, which is symbolized with this safety aspect of this story. Now, the new rule has it that the team's players are lined up on the 40-yard line when the kickoff is kicked. So before the new rule, the players were lined up somewhere on their side of the field, but now they are lined up on the 40-yard line of the opposing team. Well, anyway, there's lots to this. I'm not going to get into any more details because I want to save it for another video. And believe me, there's so much more than just this anyway. More than just even the kickoff rule. I'm talking far more. You have no idea. It's going to be an amazing video, as all of the Carter videos are. Well, anyway, the new rule about the 40-yard line not only hints at the 40th Vice President Gerald Ford, who was the only president to never have been elected either vice president or president, which makes him being the 40th vice president that much more relevant, because it hints at the 44th president, Barack Obama, who will likewise become the president again through being appointed instead of elected, thus overcoming the 22nd Amendment's restriction on someone being elected to the office more than twice. He will be appointed just like Gerald Ford, the only president to never have been elected. He was appointed instead. He was appointed the 40th vice president. Okay, and so that's the 40-yard line we are talking about. And as I'm saying, and we'll explain in the other video, this is all pointing to Gerald Ford. And anyway, the 40-yard line new rule is further confirmation of adding 4 days. in addition to the 4-point difference in the score of the game. Now, another sign we received, the big news story of the day, was the hostage exchange. The media would call it the prisoner exchange, but you could also look at it quite accurately as being a hostage exchange. Jimmy Carter was known for the Iranian hostage crisis. That was one of the biggest things about his presidency. The Iranian hostage crisis, which, by the way, is an extremely prophetic sign in God's signs, and one will know this if they've watched the videos on this channel. I've talked about this in many occasions, including other Carter videos, and how it plays into God's big picture in so many different ways. But this Iranian hostage crisis is also known as the 444-day hostage crisis, because it lasted for 444 days. Furthermore, it began on the date 11/4, November 4th, which hints at 11 times 4 equals 44. Barack Obama, the Antichrist president, the 44th president, was elected on the date 11/4. Incidentally, Barack Obama, the 44th president, who was elected on the date 11/4, which hints at 11 times 4 equals 44, was elected exactly 29 years after the beginning of the 444-day hostage crisis on the date 11/4. The reason for 29 years is because if God were to symbolize 9/11 and the judgment warning through the events on 9/11 and 2001 for America, using only two numbers, it would be 29 or 92, as the 2 hints at 2 ones. And so anyway, this prophetic sign involving the hostage crisis, which was an exchange of 24 hostages total, hints at the 444-day hostage crisis, which is further confirmation of adding 4 days. 444-day hostage crisis hints at 4 days to the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 5th, 4 days after August 1st. The last thing to mention here before just moving on here is that it was 24 hostages, and Jimmy Carter was born in the year 24 and is predicted to die in the year 2024, born in 1924. And that is because Jesus Christ was, the name Jesus in the Greek concordance is G2424, which incidentally is why Jesus Christ will return in the year 2024. It hints at 2 times 24, in other words, 2424. Also, JC hints at Jimmy Carter. Jesus Christ, the initials are hinted at with Jimmy Carter. The initials for Jimmy Carter, I should say, JC, hint at Jesus Christ. And so that's why 24 hostages. And also 24 is 8 plus 8 plus 8, and G2424 in Strong's Greek Concordance, the word in Greek for Jesus, is equal to, in Greek gematria, 888. Furthermore, it was 2 nations that did the exchange. That hints at 2024 and also 2424, which is what the death of Jimmy Carter hints at, because he was born in 24 and will die in 24. And so there you have just a brief explanation. Make sure you watch the full video. It'll explain so much more. There's so much to this story. It is so amazing. But here you have why it is that, or how it is that the analysis for August 1st was 100% correct and revealed adding 4 days to get the date. It is now predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 5th. And once again, the reason for the need to watch the other video is that God is telling these stories through these big pictures, through the trail of signs. And there is important, extremely important knowledge and information that needs to be known. This is why the other video needs to be watched. It's not enough to just simply know about the prediction. If God wanted to, he could simply tap on someone's shoulder and say, hey, tell the world that this is going to happen on such and such date. But what would that be good for? It would be good for very little. There would be very little learned from it. The knowledge and learning comes from the big picture of signs that is only being explained on this channel. And it is through these trails of signs that involve these steps in the trail of signs that God is able to tell these stories. And so that's why the other video needs to be watched. One more basic thing I should add here to make it all relevant is that Gerald Ford had his college uniform number retired. That's why he is the football president. He was very good at football, and his university retired his uniform number, but of course that was partly because he became the president. But anyway, his jersey number is 48. And that is because all of this is pointing to the predicted 48th president, Barack Obama, who, like Gerald Ford, will be the unelected president. And also, by the way, Barack Obama is also known for his jersey number because he is the basketball president. So that's another reason why the football president is relevant. Also, Barack Obama was the first affirmative action black president who was born in 1961. And Gerald Ford, part of the story of his college football days is the time in which his Wolverines from Michigan were told by Georgia Tech, the team from the fourth state, the state that Jimmy Carter is known for being from, told the Michigan team that they wouldn't play the Michigan team, if their black player would play in the game. And this black player was Gerald Ford's best friend on the team and the guy that he would room with when they went on road trips. This black player of the Michigan Wolverines was number 61, which hints at Barack Obama, who was born in 61. 61 is the 18th prime number, and 18 is 6 plus 6 plus 6, which hints at the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy, 666. All right, I apologize. I took a little longer than I should have to explain some of the things regarding August 1st and how the prophetic signs on that date confirmed the analysis. For one thing, what I just explained, there's so much more to it, and it's explained in the video that I made that will be explaining all of this. So anyway, August 5th also turned out to be a step in the trail of signs, and it was recognized that it would be before August 5th. I think it was August 3rd that it was recognized that it would only be a step. Maybe it was August 4th, but regardless, the date didn't come and go before it was recognized that it would only be a step. The reason why the clue came in and to look at a further date down the road was because it was known that on August 5th, this Hurricane Debbie, which wasn't a hurricane at the time of this discovery, it was thought that it could become a hurricane. But anyway, Hurricane Debbie hints at Judges chapter 4 in the Bible regarding Deborah and Barak, the leaders of Israel. And the story about Hurricane Debbie, it was known that it would first hit Florida and then Georgia, the fourth state, which confirmed adding the 4 days. Not only that though, it hit Florida first, and Florida is the 27th state, and 27 is 3 times 9, which hints at 39 and the 39th president, who is from the fourth state. Not only that, now it is August 7th, as I'm recording this, and it's now reported that 4 people died in Florida due to this storm that was known to be the sign to confirm the adding of 4 days from August 1st. And not only that, that same story talks about how 4 times 400 flights were canceled, which is more confirmation for the 4. And that all said makes all of this confirmation for adding 4 more days to August 5th. To get the date, it is now predicted that Jimmy Carter, who is from the 4th state, will die on August 9th. This is all flood symbolism, a hurricane, it's flooding, it's water, and August 9th will be the 50th anniversary of the end of the Watergate scandal, which was the beginning of Gerald Ford's presidency. The 40th president becoming the president. Okay, so that's why we add 4 days to August 5th when the storm, by the way, it was also the 4th named storm of the season. So the 4th named storm of the season, Debbie hinted at Judges chapter 4, and it hit the 4th state, killed 4 people, and canceled 4 times 400 flights 4 days after the 40-yard line rule and for kickoffs and the 4-point differential in the game, and on and on. But anyway, you get the idea. We add 4 more days to August 5th. There's much more to August 5th, which will also be explained in the same video that I'm going to explain August 1st. So I shouldn't really say this, but if you only watch one Carter video, I recommend watching this particular Carter video that I've titled The Trump Assassination Prophecy, because that's part of it, but that shouldn't be said because it really isn't a better video or a more informative video than the other videos. They're all profound. But make sure you watch, anyway, the Trump Assassination Prophecy video that is predicting that Jimmy Carter will die on August 9th. Yeah, I'm going to emphasize this one more time. Make sure that you watch all of the Trump Assassination Prophecy video predicting Jimmy Carter's death on August 9th. Not only will there be much more information regarding what happened on August 1st and 5th, but it is a beautiful summary of so many things regarding Jimmy Carter. There's so much to it. Trust me, it's far more than what I've just alluded to with what I've talked about so far regarding August 1st and 5th. It's an absolute must watch. All right, August 9th ended up being another step, a very important one, in the trail of signs that is leading, among other things, to the death of Jimmy Carter. August 9th, I should have known, would be a step. I should have known this because, as I was talking earlier a minute ago about August 1st, this was the day of the prisoner exchange with Russia. A total of 24 prisoners were exchanged between the two nations, which hinted at Jimmy Carter. And again, August 1st was known ahead of time to be a step in the trail of signs leading to the death of Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter was born in 1924, and he's predicted to die in 2024. And that hints at G2424 in Strong's Greek Concordance, which is the word that means Jesus. And this is why Jimmy Carter has the initials JC, stands for Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, when he returns, will lead the captives free. This is a phrase, if you will, in the Bible regarding the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ. And so, Jimmy Carter, his presidency was, of course, known for the Iranian hostage crisis. The prisoner exchange was symbolism for hostages because that's essentially what these prisoners were. And that's part of the story, in fact, although the media doesn't use the word hostage. The media stories talk about how these, especially on the Russian side, these American prisoners were held for no legitimate reason, and so they were essentially hostages. And literally, okay, and so Jimmy Carter's presidency was known for the hostage crisis, which eventually led to their release, and on the last day of Jimmy Carter's presidency. Okay, so and the Iranian hostage crisis, which is synonymous with Carter's presidency, is also known as the 444-day hostage crisis. And that is because it lasted for 444 days. That was the length of time that the hostages were held hostage. And so one of the names of the Iranian hostage crisis is the 444-day hostage crisis. Well, this is clearly a prophetic sign that points to the 44th president. I've explained in the Jimmy Carter Malaise video, the thumbnail for that particular video is the Malaise speech video. I've explained how Jimmy Carter has many parallels with Barack Obama, the 44th president. Furthermore, the 444-day hostage crisis began on the date 11/4, November 4th, which hints at 11 times 4 equals 44. The 444-day hostage crisis that began on the date that hints at 44 was exactly 4 times 4 weeks after one of the other big things that the Carter presidency is known for, which is his Malaise speech, which again I outline in the Malaise video, and that speech is it is in proper light with the eyes to see a judgment warning from God. I recommend reading that speech and interpreting it as a warning from God regarding the state of America and the coming judgment and destruction. And so that's why it should have been recognized that August 9th would be a step in the trail of signs ahead of time, because it was 4 + 4 days after all of what I explained that began on August 1st, which was also not only the day of the football game in which the score difference was 4 points and the kickoff rule was changed to the 40-yard line, it was the day of the hostage exchange, or rather the prisoner exchange with Russia, which hinted at Jimmy Carter. And it was a 444-day hostage crisis, which could have easily been added to August 1st ahead of time as 4 + 4 + 4 days, because August 13th, furthermore, was already known to be a very significant date that God is pointing to. It is the 9th of Av in the Hebrew calendar, which incidentally, the 9th of August is a play on. And the 9th of Av is a prophetic date in the Hebrew calendar because of its association with destruction. And again, Jimmy Carter in God's signs is symbolism for Methuselah, whose name means when he dies, destruction. This is why we received on August 9th these signs that pointed to Yellowstone volcano, which is in the 44th state, and the caldera lies on the 44th latitudinal line. Much needs to be said about these signs that occurred on August 9th and their context regarding the coming predicted eruption of Yellowstone volcano. But this was the day that Trump's airplane made an emergency landing in Montana as it was on its way to Bozeman, which sits on top of the Yellowstone volcano plume of lava underneath. Montana is the 41st state. On this day, Kamala Harris was in the 48th state. And that is because the 48th president will be Barack Obama, the 44th president, after he replaces Kamala Harris, who is predicted to die in a plane crash, which is why the emergency landing of Trump in his plane. Now, there are so many things to say here, but I will just say this. August 13th will also be a step in the trail of signs. Although it is amazing that it is 4 + 4 + 4 days after August 1st, it is yet still another step, according to the analysis and what God is pointing to and communicating. Now I will explain a few things. First of all, August 13th, as I just explained, was 4 + 4 + 4 days after the signs on August 1st that involved the number 4, and also that included the hostage exchange, which hinted at the 444-day hostage exchange during Jimmy Carter's presidency. What I also didn't mention, by the way, is that 444 days were the last 444 days of Jimmy Carter's presidency. And that's also, in a way, how 444 symbolizes Jimmy Carter. And so anyway, from the trail of signs that led to August 1st, we had 4 plus 4 plus 4 days to August 13th. Now, the signs that occurred on August 13th are, like usual, extremely profound and extremely important, and they are explained in the absolute must-watch, like all of the Carter videos are. These are explained in the Carter, Israel will bomb Iran. On this day, we had a Jewish protesting group of Jewish protesters. Okay, this was the 9th of Av, which is the date associated with the Hebrew calendar date that's associated with destruction and calamity for Israel. And on this day, we had the Jewish protesters, pro-Hamas Jewish protesters protesting Israel and shutting down the I-405 highway. And 405 hints at 45 and August, anyway, the point here is that this was a step 4 days before August 17th. And the bottom line here, just to summarize, because I explained it all in the other video anyway, is that the sign occurred in California. California is the 31st state, which hints at adding 1 plus 3 days to get to August 17th. What gives us a second witness confirmation for adding 1 plus 3 days is the number 13 is very much relevant to Israel, as is Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter, again, is symbolism for Barack Obama, the Antichrist, who, like Jimmy Carter, will lead a world effort to persecute Jews in Israel and divide Israel's land and make Jerusalem an international city, and on and on. So that's why Carter symbolism, okay, but the dates on which the Jews were persecuted in the in the Bible, in the book of Esther, were the 2 13th days of the month. And that's why we had the 13th of August. All right, August 17th also ended up being a step in the trail of signs, and I will explain in a second what happened on August 17th. It is amazing. But prior to that, I just want to read something that I wrote prior to August 17th, explaining how and why God was pointing to August 17th in regards to James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, in advance. Okay, so also on this day, we had the most radical anti-Semite, anti-Jew congressperson, Ilhan Omar, won her primary by 13%. Okay, so the number 13 is associated with the Jews in the book of Esther in the Bible. The Jews were persecuted by the leader in Iran on the 2 13th days of the month. Ilhan hints at Iran, and Iran is Persia, and the Jews were in Persia in the book of Esther when they were persecuted on the 2 13th days of the month by the anti-Semites in Persia. Okay, also on this day, we had the death of Wally Amos. Many people are aware of this. Many people that are interested in prophetic signs are aware that this is a prophetic sign, the death of Wally Amos. And I explain more regarding Wally Amos in the Paul Simon videos. But here it is relevant that Wally Amos was born exactly 13 times 13 days before the Antichrist Pope Francis was born. And the Antichrists are described in the 13th chapter of the book of Revelation. In other words, the number 13 in the Bible is symbolic of the Antichrist, because Haman, who persecuted the Jews in Persia, was also a type for the Antichrist. And so Wally Amos died at the age of 88, and this pointed to the prophet Amos in the Bible, chapter 8, verse 8, which I read in the Paul Simon videos. So And again, Jimmy Carter, or James Earl Carter, is relevant to this because he is also a type for the Antichrist in persecuting the Jews in Judea, in Israel, because of the Camp David peace accords, when he pressured Israel to give back land, which was the biggest transgression against God described collectively that the nations will do in Bible prophecy in the end. So he's a foreshadow. Jimmy Carter is a type for this, as I've explained in the other videos. He is a type pointing to Barack Obama, who will do like Jimmy Carter has done, but more so. Well, so we have these 13s, in other words, okay? Again, the 13 times 13 days between Wally Amos's birth and the birth of the Antichrist. And this representative that hates Israel having won her primary by 13%. It's quite a large amount. But anyway, it's not random that it's 13%. Okay, so that's confirmation for adding the 1 plus 3 days, which also hints at 13. Okay, it occurred on the 9th of Av, this Jewish date. This is amazing. This radical anti-Semite, the symbolic anti-Semite of America, if you will, won her primary by 13%, which is a number that is symbolic of persecution of Jews, on this 9th of Av date. This 9th of Av date in the Hebrew calendar, which is this date of calamity for Jews. All of the calamities in history, the last 2,000 years, all symbolically began on the 9th of Av date. I could tell the story, but it would take a while, including the two temples. The first and second temples were destroyed on the 9th of Av. And so we have the Jewish protest, Jewish pro-Hamas, anti-Israel protesters on this date. And it was in the 31st stage. So anyway, you get the idea here. We're adding 1 plus 3 or 3 plus 1, 31st stage, number 13, relevant because of Jews and the 9th of Av. That gets us to August 17th, but it also hints at 3 13s, which is 39, and Jimmy Carter was the 39th president. And so from this day, that definitely points to Jimmy Carter. And furthermore, is at the end of this trail of signs pointing to Jimmy Carter, is an easy, straightforward 39 days to the date it is predicted that the 39th president will die on September 21st. But God wasn't done. He also pointed to August 17th. And now I'm going to explain something that was written prior to August 17th that explains how August 17th is important and why God used this date in his trail of signs. So it's very important. And then I'll be right back afterwards to explain what happened on August 17th. It's amazing. And we'll continue from there. The reason that Jimmy Carter will die on August 17th is that August 17th hints at the area code 817, which is the area code for Fort Worth, Texas. Fort Worth is known for the seminary schools that churn out the nation's paid pastors that teach the heretical and Gnostic doctrines. Jimmy Carter's death on August 17th will communicate that Jimmy Carter, is a quote-unquote Christian who is not going to make it. He is symbolism for quote-unquote Christians that are not going to make it, at least not the rapture, which is the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians. Matthew 24:4-5, quote, "And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many," unquote. Christ is Greek for Messiah, which is Hebrew that simply means anointed one. It does not mean Lord Jesus Christ. there are examples in the Bible of messiahs, anointed ones, that are not a reference to Lord Jesus Christ. Okay? So, and ignore the Calvinist translations, the translations that promote pastors and teachers that say the Christ. Okay? It's just anointed one. Okay? Many anointed ones will come and deceive many. There have been few people that have come claiming to be Lord Jesus Christ, and they haven't led many people astray, nor will they, because it is recognized by people that those people are in poor mental health. What has led many people astray over the centuries and continues to, and today it is more dangerous than ever to be following a pastor, is pastors, priests, reverends, and bishops and popes. Okay, so anointed is what pastors, reverends, and priests, and popes, and bishops, and popes claim to be. Jesus said in the book of Revelation that he hates the Nicolaitans and their teachings and works, and that he is coming to make war on the Nicolaitans with the sword of his mouth in the end times, which is now. Jesus' reference to Nicolaitans includes the sycophant followers of the so-called anointed ones, quote-unquote pastors. The word Nicolaitan comes from Greek and means ruling over the laity. Jesus forbid calling anyone your teacher or leader. The writings of Paul on this subject flatly contradict the writings of Jesus, Peter, and John. The question is, what are you going to make of the contradictions? Because they clearly do contradict. We have a problem here with those that believe that the Bible is inerrant. Okay? That's the issue. But if you do believe the Bible is inerrant, what are you going to make of the passages that Paul wrote that clearly contradict the other passages that Peter, John, and Jesus wrote? And I will leave a link in the description box below if you're not familiar with these passages that contradict Paul's teaching on this subject. You'll have your eyes opened. All right? Now, so Jesus forbid this. Okay? There is only one teacher and one flock, Jesus' flock. As he said, there would be one flock. And he is angry with the 45,000 denominations, the 45,000 different Christian denominations that are the direct result, the consequence of the monetization, preaching for money, which pastors do, which Jesus forbid, the monetization of the church. The only thing that Jesus got violently angry for when in his first coming was when he got angry and violently at the monetization, the people that had monetized the church, and anointed ones. The 45,000 denominations are the institutionalization of the errors that are within these denominations, because they all claim to be correct, and so none of them are correct, obviously. And the errors that are institutionalized because of this, for the most part, would not be with us today if it weren't for the institutionalizing of these through paid pastors and through paid pastors, through leaders preaching for money, which Jesus forbid because he knew this would happen. Jesus hates this. Okay, that's why Carter will die, who is symbolism for Methuselah, whose name means when he dies, destruction. The thing is that the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction, the reason why this channel is providing so much knowledge that other channels do not, the reason for the many predictions here, the reason why this channel knows what's happening and the other channels don't, for the most part, is because this is really the only channel that is talking about what God is really angry with. The focus of his creation is his church. And the reason for the state that America is in today is because of the church. The Nicolaitan church. The American evangelical church. It's not just evangelicals, of course, but Jesus it reproves whom he loves. And the Church of Laodicea is most definitely the American evangelical church. And it's because of the pastors and their doctrine that comes out of Fort Worth. And make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction, that Jimmy Carter will die on the date 8/17. It points to Fort Worth because God is very angry, because Dallas-Fort Worth is the capital of evangelicalism. And God is coming to make, or Jesus is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on this, on the pastor system that teaches the heretical Gnostic, and I mean that literally, and John called the Gnostics antichrists, the Gnostic doctrine, the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day. You, if you are a Christian, will know that you should, I recommend anyway, watching what would be probably the most important video on this channel for you, the 23 Church Signs video. That'll explain more regarding doctrine, which is very important, and I guarantee you that if you are a Christian, there's a very good chance that you have this doctrine that Jesus hates and is coming to make war on. Okay. Now, the 39th president is predicted to die exactly 39 weeks after his wife of 77 years died. The 39th president was inaugurated in 77. In God's signs, Carter is symbolism for the prophecy in the book of Revelation that regards a 7th and 8th king. Carter is predicted to die exactly 78 weeks after he was admitted into a hospice. This connection is also 1 year, 5 months, and 30 days, which hints at 153 fish that were caught in the net in Jesus' last miracle, which was symbolism for the end of the age of fishing for men. Jimmy Carter was born in 24, and he is predicted to die in 24. G2424 in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word that for Jesus. Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hints at Jesus Christ. Jimmy Carter is predicted to die in 24 plus 24 days, in other words, 2 days, after news regarding arrests made related to the death of Matthew Perry. This was August 15th, okay? So I explained how the Trail of Signs led to August 15th. Now I'm explaining what happened on August 15th. This is amazing, okay? Now, what I'm saying is that there was news on August 15th regarding the death of Matthew Perry. It was the arrests that were made. Perry died after playing pickleball. Pickles are food. The Antichrist will ration food. That's why God is alluding to food here. And Carter was a farmer of food, including pears. Which is what the name Perry hints at. It hints at pears. The most common type of pear sold are Bartlett pears. The news regarding Perry on August 15th was the same day that the actor who played President Gerald Bartlett in the West Wing TV show saluted President Biden at the White House. Martin Sheen, who I'm talking about, also starred in Apocalypse Now. And August 15th was the 45th anniversary of this movie that cost $45 million to make, and that's one of the reasons how August 15th was recognized way back in March as being the day. In fact, it was for a while believed to be the day of the rapture because of the overwhelming amount of profound connections, including this one, Apocalypse Now, which hints at the apocalypse, of course, beginning now. But it was just another step for God to tell a story through, which is the purpose of this channel and this video, and the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction, because otherwise you will not know or learn about these stories that God has been telling through these steps in the trails of signs, which is what August 15th was, another step. As amazing as that was, because it was so convincing that it would be the day, but there needed to be more profound stories to be told. Okay. The news about Perry regards the things, okay, the things of ketamine. And I'm going to use the word thing in lieu of the word that should be word used, but you know what I'm talking about, okay? How does ketamine get into a person? It's put into a person with a thing, okay? It's a thing. Okay, so the news about Perry regards the things of ketamine that were thinged, put into him, into his blood. Sheen's famous and iconic scene in the movie Apocalypse Now was unscripted when, during filming, he accidentally cut his hand, breaking a mirror. Following cutting his hand, he continued acting and improvised the scene with his bloody hand, spreading the real blood around his body and the hotel room. In the scene, Sheen's character is trapped and waiting inside a hotel room. Apocalypse Now was released in 1979, the year during the Carter administration in which began the Iranian hostage crisis of trapped Americans waiting in their rooms for their release. Apocalypse Now was released exactly 9 times 9 days before the 444-day hostage crisis, and to confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 9 and 44 together as the 44th president became the president in 2009. And again, that's the reason why the last 444 days were the Iranian hostage crisis, is because it points to the 44th president, Antichrist. Oh, and also Persia hints at the Antichrist, which is Iran, because of the story in the Bible. And so that's further confirmation that the Iranian hostage crisis that was 444 days long pointed to the 44th president, Antichrist. Okay, now where was I? Okay, so yeah, he spreads his blood. It's all, he was trapped in the room in the movie, just like the Iranian hostage crisis people, and the movie was released in 79, just as the year of the hostage crisis. The prophetic sign at the White House on August 15th involving Martin Sheen, when he shook hands and saluted the president, because Martin Sheen played the president in the West Wing TV series. The prophetic sign at the White House on August 15th involving Martin Sheen, known for his bloody hand scene, was the same day that the ketamine queen was arrested in connection to Matthew Perry's blood being thinged with ketamine. The ketamine queen hints at Carter, who in God's signs is symbolism pointing to the prophecy about the 7th and 8th kings. So that's the king sign we would expect in advance. We were expecting such a thing in advance, a king-related symbolism sign, and so we got the queen, or the ketamine queen, on this day, okay? Carter was known for committing transgression against the God of Israel when he pressured Israel into giving land to Egypt in the name of peace. Daniel chapter 12 mentions a period of 1,335 days after an abomination is set up in Israel. August 15th, the day on which the ketamine queen was arrested for things into Matthew Perry's blood, was exactly 1,335 days after the CVD disease thing in Israel was first administered, and the thing was put into the blood of the prime minister of Israel. That was the first one, okay? 1,335 days later. And that's relevant because also 1,335 days is 45 days after 1,290 days, which got us to July 1st. Which was the beginning of this trail of signs that is being explained in this video. Now, the reason why 1,290 days is relevant also regarding Jimmy Carter is because Jimmy Carter's Camp David Accords regarding Israel in 1978 were 1,290 years after the abomination was set up, the beginning of the construction of the Dome of the Rock on top of where the Temple Mount, on the Temple Mount, on top of the location that the Jewish temple once stood before it was destroyed on the 9th of Av. And then we get all of this to the 9th of Av on, August 15th, arguably. Anyway, okay. So and in the Bible and in Bible prophecy, a day is symbolic for a year. And so the 1,290 days in Bible prophecy is confirmed with the 1,290 days to the abomination, and giving the land back to Israel was an abomination. But what also further confirms this is that in Daniel chapter 12, we have 3 different numbers of days. The first one being 1,260 days. And when we add 1,260 years to 688 AD, the beginning of construction of the Dome of the Rock, we get 1948, the year of the rebirth of Israel. And so you can't get the date of the rebirth of Israel from the ancient text without it being not a coincidence and designed by God. And so also that is a second witness confirmation to the 1,260 years to Jimmy Carter in 1978, which is another confirmation from the abomination, the spiritual abomination, which is the thing, the mark of the Antichrist. In its current form, it does not need an additional something, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship to go with it to be the mark of the Antichrist, or does it not need an additional age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is, in fact, it is judgment encouragement for this particular doctrine from the pastors. Okay, and so anyway, the spiritual abomination was first taken in Israel 1,290 days before July 1st, the beginning of this trail of signs, and also 1,335 days after this beginning of the abomination was taken was August 15th. Okay, now also on August 15th, we had the singer, the band leader of the band Great White, died at the age of 63, which is three sixes, which is 666, the number of the Antichrist, and he died exactly 1,121 weeks after the one of the deadliest fires in American history, which was a Great White Concert. Okay, and the Great White Concert killed 230 people, which in such 23, the number of the Antichrist. Also, 2 divided by 3 equals 0.666, the number of the Antichrist. Also, taking the mark of the Antichrist, is tantamount to denying Jesus, which is why Jesus said to Peter that the rooster would not crow twice before Peter would deny him 3 times. Okay, and so it injured 230 people, not killed 230 people. Well, anyway, the 1,121 weeks is hinting at the number 1,121, which is the 328th semi-prime number, and that hints at Daniel 3:28, the verse in the Bible that is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, which is just further confirmation that these ketamine signs and the 1,335 days from the abomination, it's confirmation that the reason for the prophetic significance of Matthew Perry and the ketamine queen and all this is because of because things were used to put the ketamine into Matthew Perry, which is symbolism for all of this. And that's why Apocalypse Now was the 45th anniversary of the movie that cost $45 million to make, and on and on. Okay, so that's just more confirmation for you for all of this. But again, August 15th will be 45 days after July 1st, and it could be said that all of this trail of signs that is leading from July 1st that have gone through here, it could have all been overpassed with the connection of 1,335 days from the date in 2020 in which the spiritual abomination was first taken in Israel. We didn't necessarily need to go through the 1,260 days, and then we could have just gone even then from there to July 1st, and then 45 days to the 45th anniversary of the Apocalypse Now movie, etc., because of the 45 difference of days between the 1,290 days and the 1,335 days. But there's so much to this, and obviously that wasn't God's plan because of all of the amazing, very extremely important information that came through God telling these stories that were able to be told through these steps in the trail of signs. In other words, there's so much information, as you may know by now, regarding Jimmy Carter that came through this last 45 days. And that wouldn't have been possible had it not been for these intermediary steps, although, as I'm now explaining, weren't even necessary, including even July 1st for that matter, because we could have simply added 1,335 days from December 19th, 2020 to get August 15th, and that would be the end of the story. But that would be tantamount equivalent to God tapping someone on the shoulder and saying, tell the world that such and such is going to happen on such and such date. But what good would that be? That would be essentially worthless. It is through his big picture of signs that develops these trails of signs and steps along the way that God is able to tell these stories and thereby communicate extremely important knowledge that everyone needs to know. Which is why the wise person will recognize when the prediction comes to pass that they need to watch every minute of every Jimmy Carter video and every video on this channel furthermore. All right, now these signs that clearly point to Jimmy Carter, as I've explained now, Martin Sheen, Bartlett Pear, Matthew Perry. By the way, Jimmy Carter's name, Jimmy Carter, is equal to 45 plus 45 plus 45 in simple English gematria. And this was the 45th anniversary of the movie that cost $45 million to make. So it's clearly Jimmy Carter here, queen of ketamine, etc. Okay. Now, Jimmy Carter, as I explained, mentioned that he will die in 24. He was born in 24, which hints at G2424. August 15th will be 24 plus 24 hours before the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 17th. All right. So what happened on August 17th? Well, first of all, we already have in this trail of signs regarding Jimmy Carter a prophetic kick, which was the new rule for the kickoffs from the 40-yard line, as was explained earlier. On this August 17th date, we had exactly the sign that we would expect to have. We had a sign involving Dallas. The area code of Fort Worth is 817. Which is why this sign occurred on the date 8/17, because the area code of Fort Worth is 817. Dallas is part of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Fort Worth is part of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. And so we had a Dallas Cowboys sign, and it was a kick. It was a field goal. God uses records for his signs. It was a record-setting field goal. In all of NFL history, there has never been a field goal kick as far as this one. The prior record, which was set a couple of years ago, was 66 yards, and that was a major prophetic sign as well. This one beat it by 6 yards. So it was a 666. Now, what was unusual about the kicker is that he wore jersey number 17, which is an unusual number for a kicker. Usually the numbers for kickers are at least below the number 10, but usually even below the number 5 even often. Well, not always, but okay. So anyway, his number was number 17. This was on the 17th of the month. But the reason why that's amazing is because Jimmy Carter, as has been explained, is symbolism in God's signs for Methuselah, who died at the time of the flood judgment at the age of 969. 969 is the 17th tetrahedral number. And this is actually, I believe, fully why Methuselah died at the age of 969. This number 17. It's important. It's designed by God that Methuselah died at the age of 969 because it is the 17th tetrahedral number. There's more to this and the significance of the number 17, which I'll just refrain from going into. But what is a tetrahedral number? It's a pyramid of numbers. So in a pyramid of numbers, the last number in the 17th row is 969. Okay? So we had the Dallas sign because, as I just explained, Fort Worth and Dallas is the home of the symbolic home of the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day. Okay? And so I already explained all of that, so no need to explain it anymore. What happened, though, is that the kick ended the second half, and God has used this before, points scored at the end of the second half as time expired. Just for example, the most famous trick play in Super Bowl history was a major prophetic sign in Super Bowl 52, and it occurred as time expired in the second half. There was another example on August 31st of a field goal that was kicked, August 31st, 2022, of a field goal that was kicked as time expired to end the second half. Well, anyway, this is what happened. It just highlights the prophetic significance of the kick, but also the points. Like the other two examples, the reason for this kick being prophetic as time expires is because God is pointing to the scoreboard, because that's the score frozen in time, in other words. all right? So what was the score that was frozen in time? Well, Dallas had 13 points, which confirms all of the analysis that was just explained. And this analysis of this 1 plus 3 days anyway was known ahead of August 17th. Prior to Dallas having 13 points, the score was 10-3, which also hinted at 13. Okay? And so that's also confirmation of the 13 days to get to August 30th. That's what God was pointing to. So that's amazing. Now, let's just recap here quickly this trail of signs before we get into the last step here, August 30th. So this video begins with, and it hasn't been fully explained yet because as you have seen, I kept getting interrupted. In other words, I explained what happened on July 1st, but then as I was getting into it, I had to interrupt and say, well, it was just a step, and we had it point to July 11th and then July 23rd. And so eventually we're going to actually explain the rest of what happened on July 1st, and it's very, very important. But anyway, on July 1st, we had the Supreme Court justice that was appointed by the Antichrist Barack Obama say that after the ruling of the Supreme Court that America now had a king, because the Supreme Court ruled that the president is immune from prosecution while conducting his presidential duties. Okay, and also Joe Biden gave a speech to the same effect, saying that America was founded on not having a king, or something to that effect. He also used the word king. And again, James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, is king symbolism in God's signs. Okay? He's pointing to the prophecy of the 5th through 8th kings, and that's a parallel with the presidents of 7 and 8 presidents since Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, and the prophecy is about a 7th king, and on, as I will explain. Now, this was also the day of the death of Robert Towne, who produced a movie named How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, and I'll explain why that's relevant, but that gave us the 10 days to the death of Shelley Duvall, if you recall. Her death pointed to The Shining, which was written by Stephen King, and this is an amazing video that you must watch. It also hinted at Room 237. So amazing. Make sure you watch the Shining video. It's absolutely amazing. You need to watch it. And anyway, that hinted at adding 2 plus 3 plus 7 days to get us to July 23rd, which was the day of the Clint Eastwood signs, which I explained in another video as well. And it included an Elon Musk sign and 45 million donated to the 45th president's campaign. 45 is the 9th triangular number. Through the signs here, God pointed to the 4th of the 5 Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry movies, which are pointing to the dirty Kamala Harris, who got her start in politics through being a whore. It's widely known, and that's not a conspiracy theory. And also, we had the sign involving Senator Mike Lee, who fell prey to a hoax and posted quickly. That's because of the character in Clint Eastwood's movie, Unforgiven, Quick Mike. Okay, but also Clint Eastwood said that Barack Obama was the biggest hoax in American history. He said this. It became a viral news story because he said it at the Republican National Convention in 2012. It's a big deal. So there's so much more to this. Make sure you watch the Clint Eastwood movie. It's extremely important as well. Anyway, again, 45 is the 9th prime number, triangular number in a triangle of numbers. The last number in the 45th row is number 9. Anyway, that's why we had 9 days, and we knew this ahead of time. And by the way, this is the case. All of these dates were predicted ahead of time. This trail of signs wasn't put together piecemeal after all of these things. This happened in live, real time. All of these dates were known. These connections were known ahead of time, and then the analysis confirmed the dates or the number of days in between these dates. Okay? So that got us to August 1st, and I explained the fours, which hinted at 4 plus 4 plus 4 days. And on the way, we had the fours here in the fourth state, 4 deaths, 4 times 400 flights, Hurricane Debbie. And anyway, we get ultimately, and also the Yellowstone signs, which Yellowstone's in the 44th state, 44th parallel line. And so we get to, as I have explained, August 13th. That gives us the 1 plus 3, and that gives us gets us to August 17th and the 13 points, which confirms the additional 13 days. By the way, this is equivalent to 17 days, and 17 again is a number that symbolizes Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter is symbolism for Methuselah, or vice versa. And as I explained, Methuselah's number is 969, which is the 17th tetrahedral number. Okay, and I also explained already how the 39 days gets us to the date of Jimmy Carter. We're just going to do this one last step here. And one of the other signs on August 13th was the published scientific study regarding evidence at the historic Jamestown, symbolic of the founding of America, with God's hand on America. And James hints at James Earl Jones. So we had this report published regarding the heritage of the governor, whose name is West. I forget his first name now. Anyway, he arrived just as the colonists had abandoned the settlement. He met them at the bottom of the river. He was arriving from England. They were on their way back, and he said to them, "No, turn around, we're going to make this work." And the abandonment came after what's called the starving times. Okay, so that's very symbolic. The starving times is a prophetic sign. I recommend reading about Jamestown on Wikipedia, if anything. You can get a short idea what happened. But they were persecuted by the Native Indians. They were trapped, just like people will be trapped coming soon. In the Antichrist period, people that refuse to take the mark of the Antichrist, and they will be restricted from buying and selling food, and that's hinted at in the starving times. But also, part of the story is that some of the colonists that were abandoning the settlement were abandoning after they had arrived from Bermuda. So there was a supply. So the early colonists in Jamestown were not self-sufficient, and they were relying on supplies from England, and the big supply flotilla encountered a hurricane, which is Noah's flood symbolism, hence the connection to Methuselah, who died at the time of the flood. And some survivors of that rebuilt the ship in Bermuda and then sailed to the colony. And so this guy West, he apparently, from the study, the new evidence points to how he was an orphan. He was illegitimate, and that was a big deal back in the day, so it was hidden. And anyway, the story, importantly, is about this governor who was authoritarian, and in a moment of crisis. Just like the Antichrist will be given complete power in a moment of crisis, just like this governor was. So he dictated to the colonists, "No, you're going to turn around, and I'm going to, dictate what's going to happen." So that's all Antichrist symbolism, and the colonists were starving, just like the people who will be prevented from buying and selling food in the coming food shortage after the disaster, the destruction, just like Noah's flood symbolism, the eruption of Yellowstone volcano and the mega tsunamis, etc., and earthquakes that'll be coming in November. The coronal mass ejection will knock out the power on October 3rd. Okay, So that's that. That's why Jamestown here. Now, what happened on August 30th, which was a date we were expecting a James Earl Carter sign, was Trump, God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight prophetic signs, campaigned in Johnstown. I think it's in Pennsylvania, I forget. But the point is that Johnstown is a hint at Jamestown. And the Jonestown massacre. Okay, so actually Jones is another, it's a form of the name James, John. So Jonestown was the famous or infamous massacre in South America, but it was an American colony, just like Jamestown. Okay, so what it was I think it was 900 people at its peak, and so Jonestown was a settlement. I'm trying to remember the name. It's the country next to Venezuela. It's British Guinea, maybe is the name. It doesn't matter. It's a small little South American country next to Venezuela. This charismatic cult leader named Jones, Jimmy Jones. Okay, so it was in Guyana, and it was Jim Jones, the leader. He was a communist. It was a communist commune, and that is no different than a religion because, first of all, atheism is a religion, and so is communism. And so it was a cult, and the cult followers were following this guy, Jim Jones. Now, at the end, it's a very interesting story if you don't know it. At the time, and it was during Carter's presidency, and that's the point, you know what, there's lots to this, and I apologize. I just can't get it all into this video. I'm running out of time, and really, this is an hour-long video to talk about Jonestown. But anyway, the point is that it's Jimmy Carter, and I could prove that with connections, and I just forget them offhand, and I don't have time to go back into the emails to find out the connections. But it's a Jimmy Carter sign, and there was a congressman who went to Jonestown with an entourage, including journalists of the big media, and they were killed. They were shot at the airfield near the commune in a remote part of Guyana. And right after that, on the same day, Jim Jones led them in a mass suicide murder. And it was a murder also because they all got together in the center of the commune in an act, as they felt, of martyrdom to promote their cause of communism. And they had been practicing for this day when they might have to do a mass suicide, but it was a mass suicide murder because the people with the guns, the true believers, prevented those that perhaps didn't want to commit suicide from leaving. Okay, and so making sure that everyone either took the thing, okay, the thing that's spelled INJECTION, okay, also an NEEDLE, right? The pointy thing. This was the method in which they took the poison. It was either that or the Kool-Aid, and that's where we get the expression "drink the Kool-Aid" from. So the point here, though, is that this is all symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing. And when Jimmy Carter dies on this date, as I am predicting, it will prove what I am saying. It is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. It does not need an additional something to go with it, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship or a supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is that it is judgment from God for this particular doctrine. And the commonly held objections that people have based on their understanding of Bible prophecy that tells them that this couldn't be the mark of the Antichrist are answered in the must-watch snakebite video on this channel. But make no mistake, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that this thing is the mark of the Antichrist, okay? Now, that's why, because in God's signs, the number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, because the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist in the book of Ezekiel would have been a Tav mark, and the Tav letter is the last and 22nd letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and the mark of the Antichrist is described in the last and 22nd book out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. And so that's one reason why the number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Now, Jimmy Carter is 45 plus 45 plus 45 in simple English gematria, and the reciprocal of 45 is 0.22. And so we have Jonestown. It might as well be named Jamestown because of the connections here. And it's Jonestown, but the thing is that the very famous survivor of Jonestown is this guy named Carter. Tim Carter is the survivor who witnessed the events and escaped. No one is the witness like Jim Carter is. So a big part of the Jonestown story, in other words, is this guy named Carter. And that's why Trumpet was in Johnstown, which ends at Jonestown, on August 30th, this date that was known in advance to be relevant to Jimmy Carter. But Jimmy Carter is about this prophecy in the book of Revelation that identifies the Antichrist, the 44th president, and the mark of the Antichrist is symbolized by the number 22, and that's why Jimmy Carter will die 22 days after this Jonestown sign. All right, September 21st was a major date in the Trail of Signs. Can't emphasize that enough. And it was being pointed to ahead of time regarding Jimmy Carter, as I have been explaining. And that's why on the signs on this date we received the relevant signs. These signs are explained in the extremely important, absolute must-watch Michael Jackson Thriller video equals Jimmy Carter will die on September 26th, which is 5 days after September 21st, and the signs we received regarding Jimmy Carter and Michael Jackson and them getting together on the date 5/5, and all of this includes the Jackson 5 and also the story of one of the 5 kids that were paid by the Jackson estate who alleged that they were assaulted by Michael Jackson when they were kids, and a payment of $500,000. Anyway, there's so much to say, and I'm not explaining it at all, but these signs revealed adding 5 days to get to the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on September 26th. So make sure you watch the Michael Jackson Thriller video on this channel that's predicting that Carter will die on September 26th. All right, so far I have explained to you the trail of signs that is leading or led to September 26th, 2024, regarding the predicted death of former President Jimmy Carter, the 39th president, which is now predicted to be on November 4th, 2024. There is a lot to say as to why this is known ahead of time, but one of the first clues that this would be the case would naturally come from this September 26th date because of all of the trail of signs that had led to September 26th, as I have explained. Okay, now the death of the 39th president will be 39 days after September 26th. And this September 26th date was also the 309th. Sorry, this is a typo. November 4th is the 309th day of the calendar year. So from this step in the trail, September 26th, it is 39 days to the death of the predicted death of the 39th president on the 309th day of the calendar year. On this day, this was the day that Hurricane Helene hit the U.S. in the 3 times 9th state. Florida is the 27th state. 27 is 3 times 9. As has been explained, in God's big picture of signs, which is only being explained on this channel, his interconnected big picture of prophetic signs, Jimmy Carter is symbolism for Methuselah, who was the grandfather of Noah, as in Noah from Noah's flood. And Hurricane Helene is Noah's flood symbolism. What I am going to do here with this diagram in this video, this diagram that is profound beyond words, is prove to you that through Hurricane Helene, God was pointing to the movie Apocalypse Now in order to communicate that the apocalypse is beginning now through Eleanor Coppola. Francis Ford Coppola's wife, Eleanor Coppola, who made the documentary regarding the filming of Apocalypse Now, titled Hearts of Darkness, A Filmmaker's Apocalypse. So Jimmy Carter, for that matter, in God's signs, is also symbolism for the beginning of the apocalypse. The name Methuselah means when he dies, destruction, which is why the timing of the death of Jimmy Carter is so very important in God's big picture of signs. As is also, for example, the death of Paul Simon, who is predicted to die 4 days after Jimmy Carter's death in the 4th state, on the 4 times 4th anniversary of the election of the 44th president, and the 45th anniversary of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. That's one of the other names for it, the 444-day hostage crisis, which was the last 444 days of Jimmy Carter's presidency. Simon is symbolism for the sound of silence, his song that launched his career, which hints at Revelation 8:1 and the period of silence that was heard in heaven before the 7 trumpet judgments of destruction began. And that's why Paul Simon's most recent album was released at the age of 81, 7 Psalms. Simon's death on the date 11/8 will hint at Revelation 8:1, and that's why his death will be 11 plus 8 days, as in Revelation 8:1, to the predicted death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash, which will be the beginning of the destruction. In other words, Paul Simon's death will symbolize this brief period of calm, the calm before the storm, before Kamala Harris's predicted death. So that's the prophetic significance of the timing of these two, of the deaths of these two men in God's signs that are predicted. And that's also the significance of why God has brought into all of this the movie Apocalypse Now. And as I am going to explain, it is through, in this diagram, Eleanor Coppola, that is pointed to with Hurricane Helene. Helene hints at Eleanor. That's the play on the two names there. Helene, Eleanor. All right? And Eleanor Coppola died 169 days, which is the 39th prime number before Hurricane Helene hit the 3 times 9th state 39 days before the 309th day of the year and the predicted death of the 39th president. Now, what is astounding also is that, and more confirmation for all of what I am saying, and by the way, this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required, and this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And one thing that God is doing regarding Jimmy Carter is he is using him as a parallel to point to the prophecy in the book of Revelation, chapter 17, regarding the 5th through 8th kings. This 5th through 8th kings prophecy is also a series of 7 kings, and that's why Jimmy Carter was inaugurated in the year 77, which began this parallel of 7 presidents paralleling the 7 kings. Trump was also elected in a year ending in 7, and he is the 7th of these 7 chronological kings. And on his inauguration day, he was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old exactly, which is 3 sets of 7, and this was 73 days, as in 3 sets of 7, after he won the election by 77 electoral votes, which was exactly 73 weeks after he famously descended the golden escalator in his tower, which began his presidency campaign. And that was exactly 188 months after the 7.0 earthquake in Joshua Tree, California, because the Israelites, when they walked or marched around the walls of Jericho, led by Joshua, they enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7. The 188 months, because H188 in Strong's Hebrew Concordance is the word that means woe, exclamation mark, used in the context of extreme judgment from God. And before the walls of security collapsed of Jericho, when they were led by Joshua, they blew 7 trumpets, which is why Trump is associated, or his campaign and his presidency were synonymous with his border wall of security, which has since collapsed since he left office. Returning back to this 5th through 8th king's prophecy and its association with Jimmy Carter, that is why Hurricane Helene was the 8th named storm of the season and the 5th hurricane. That hints at the 5th through 8th king's prophecy. And this is amazing because this date here, September 26th, which I have explained to be part of this trail of signs, that's not in this diagram, by the way. What I'm referring to is the other videos. If you're watching this in a video where the explanation doesn't come prior to this, it's in the other videos. This date is exactly 580 months, which hints at the 5th through 8th king's prophecy, after production on the set of Apocalypse Now in the Philippines shut down, stopped production because of a hurricane, Typhoon Olga. Typhoon Olga shut down the production of Apocalypse Now. And by the way, Apocalypse Now is known for its issues with its production. It's famous for this, or infamous. That's why Eleanor Coppola and her documentary won many awards when it was released in 1991. It's a dramatic story, this production of this movie. Okay, and so it is known for its production, and the big thing about the production that it's known for is how the biggest problem was Typhoon Olga, which destroyed a very expensive set, for example, and it caused the stoppage of the production on this date, May 26th, 1976, exactly 580 months before this hurricane that was the 8th named storm and the 5th hurricane of the season, which is complete Jimmy Carter symbolism. And as I mentioned, Jimmy Carter in God's signs here is symbolism for Methuselah, the grandfather of Noah, as in Noah's flood, which is what hurricanes symbolize. All right, now this Hurricane Helene was exactly 80 days, which was, again, Hurricane Helene was the 8th named storm, and it hit the U.S. exactly 80 days after the 8th ever storm named Beryl hit the U.S. on the 8th of the month. The word beryl appears in the New Testament as the 8th stone out of 12 stones in the book of Revelation. That word for beryl in the Greek New Testament concordance, Strong's Concordance, is the 969th word. In other words, beryl is G969. 969 is the age at which Methuselah died. In fact, it was July 8th, that it was first realized that God was using Jimmy Carter as symbolism for Methuselah, which is why it makes it even more astounding to have this exact 80 days connection from the 8th ever storm named Beryl to the 8th storm of the season, Hurricane Helene, which again is part of this trail leading to the death of Jimmy Carter, who is symbolism for Methuselah. Okay, one thing I forgot to mention here is that the 5th through 8th king's prophecy is in Revelation 17:11, and the number 1711, is the 58th triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 58th row is 1711, which hints at Revelation 17:11 regarding the 5th through 8th kings. Now, returning to the date, there's more to all of this, which confirms everything, and that's how it works. It's an interconnected web, God's true big picture of signs, filled with multiple confirmations in many different directions that confirms all of the analysis. And so this Typhoon Olga date, that, or rather when Apocalypse Now stopped because of Typhoon Olga, it connects with 239 days to the election of Jimmy Carter. Speaking of Jimmy Carter and him being relevant to all of this. This 239 days is relevant because, for one, God pairs certain numbers together, and if we think about it, one simple way in which he would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, and I know which numbers he pairs together because I've been studying his big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for more than 6 years. And the two numbers frequently he uses to pair together are 9 and 23. Not only is 23 the 9th prime number, but the Antichrist was inaugurated in 2009, and he is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. And that's just scratching the surface. But also, 239 is the 52nd prime number. God uses the number 52 in his signs to symbolize 2 times 26, and the 226th word in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, which is the word that means prophetic sign. Okay, so that, in other words, means this is a confirmation also that this is relevant, and this connects, and therefore this connection is relevant. Now, ultimately, Jimmy Carter in this prophecy is identifying the Antichrist, the 8th king, which is another reason why this number that symbolizes Obama is relevant to the inauguration of Carter in 77, which, as I mentioned or explained, is the beginning of this 7 kings chronology that parallels, or 7 presidents that parallels the 7 kings prophecy. This 239 days is also broken down into this because it is 4 times 40 days, which hints at the 44th president. And by the way, God pairs these 3 numbers together, 9, 23, and 44, because the 44th president was inaugurated in 2009 and he wore 23. Okay, to the election of Jimmy Carter. And this is also 22 weeks and 6 days, which again hints at this word in the concordance that means prophetic sign. Okay. In turn, the election of Jimmy Carter is 11 weeks and 2 days from the date 11/2 to the inauguration of Jimmy Carter. And this is also 77 days, and Carter was inaugurated in 77 because it's very prophetic. And the 11/2 is also a hint at the 11 times 2 and 22, which is the number that symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. And that is relevant to Jimmy Carter because, for example, this connection. Jimmy Carter was inaugurated exactly 666 days to Jonestown, the day of the mass murder-suicide, or I should say mass suicide-murder. When the people at Jonestown, if you don't know the story, they didn't only drink the Kool-Aid, they also took the pointy thing. In fact, the Kool-Aid was to speed things up. The plan was to take the pointy thing, the original plan. So masses of people took the pointy thing, and that's all symbolism for you-know-what, the pointy thing that you can't talk about. That's what that is, and that is the mark. And the thing is the mark of the Antichrist. In its current form, it does not need an additional technology to go with it, such as an additional form of false religious or a false form of religious worship. For those that are wise, there was a false religious worship, and also it does not require a different or another supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is, in fact, it is judgment for this particular doctrine. And for the commonly held objections that people have based on their understanding of Bible prophecy, which will be proven to be incorrect when this prediction comes to pass in this video, watch the answers to those commonly held objections to why this can't be the mark of the Antichrist in the must-watch snake bite video on this channel. But make no mistake, when the prediction comes to pass, it will prove everything that I've just said, and believe me, I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction and why God has given me a voice through this prediction. It is to prove what I have just said. Case closed, end of debate, no more discussion. It is the mark of the Antichrist. Okay. And so, let's go here now. And by the way, the Jonestown Day was also the day of the release of Earth, Wind, and Fire's September song. And other videos explain how this song sings about September 21st was a step in the trail. And in fact, the step prior to September 26th in the step was, for Jimmy Carter anyway, September 21st. But that's explained in the other videos, or perhaps this video if you were watching that particular video. Okay, and so from Jonestown and the Earth, Wind, and Fire, which, by the way, is more Noah's flood symbolism, Earth, Wind, and Fire. I could elaborate, but I won't. Okay, and so that day is 4,567% of a year. And that number, 4,567, in the Greek concordance is the word Satan. And we get to that, this date for Jimmy Carter. As I explained a minute ago, this was the first way in which it was realized that God was pointing to Jimmy Carter, or rather Methuselah, as symbolism for Jimmy Carter, or vice versa. Okay, all right, so when we go down back here to Jimmy Carter's inauguration, we get this number of days, 271, which is the 58th prime number. So again, Jimmy Carter, and specifically his inauguration in 77, is a parallel with this prophecy of the 5th through 8th kings, and that's why it's astounding that we have this 58th prime number connection to this date. What's important about this date? Well, this was the day that the Yankees won the World Series against Los Angeles, which is, by the way, the reason why Los Angeles is playing the Yankees this year in the World Series, and this was predicted to happen before the playoffs began. But this was the day in which player number 44 hit his record 5th home run. He ended up winning the MVP of the World Series. He hit 5 home runs in the World Series, which was a record, and this hints at 45. The movie Apocalypse Now infamously cost $45 million to make. And in a minute, I'll talk about this 45 years connection here, which was big time, known ahead of time to be an important date, and because of this 45 years connection. All right? But back here, we're talking about, of course, the Antichrist, the 44th president, who will preside over the 5th trumpet, described in Revelation chapter 9, which will be facilitated or triggered by 5G frequencies. But that is all explained in other videos. But also, the movie Argo, the movie that won, I think it was either Best Director or Best Picture. I think it was Best Director, Ben Affleck. Anyway, the movie Argo won the Academy Award, and maybe it was Best Screenplay. Well, anyway, The movie cost $44.5 million. You could round that up to 45, and it's not typical for Wikipedia to state beyond a decimal point the amount of money that a movie cost. It doesn't. It's usually rounded off, but in this case, it isn't, because it could go either way. Because of course this connects to Apocalypse Now that cost $45 million, and there's extremely prophetic significance to the number 45, but also 445, which is what 44 and 5 hint at, including the cost of Argo, which by the way is connected to Jimmy Carter, because that movie is about the 444-day Iran hostage crisis, which coincided with the last 444 days of Jimmy Carter's presidency. Of course, this ultimately hints at the 44th president, the Antichrist. Iran being symbolism for the Antichrist and the Antichrist kingdom. Okay, so back to Argo. So that's why the significance and relevance of the cost of Argo and why I bring it up. God has used the movie Argo and Ben Affleck and other signs which aren't explained right here. And that's how God's big picture of science works. It's an interconnected web that's infinite, and it's impossible really to explain it all in 1 hour. So anyway, that's what also is being hinted at with 44 and 5 is the number 445, which is the 136th semi-prime number, and 136 is the 4 times 4th triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 136th row is 445. All right? And 4 times 4 obviously hints at the 44th president. Okay, so anyway, who, by the way, is the Antichrist, and in Bible prophecy, his number, the Antichrist's number is 666, which is why we get this 666 days exactly from this final game of the World Series, which was Game 6, to the movie Apocalypse Now. Okay, the release of Apocalypse Now that cost $45 million to make, which in turn connected with exactly 45 years to this date. Now, this date was known since 2017 to be extremely important because of an alignment in the night sky with the planets Mars and Jupiter in between the 2 horns of Taurus. Taurus being symbolism for, or in ancient astronomy, being known to be the constellation that symbolizes the coming judge. Well, anyway, that's why it was astounding to learn in March of 2024 that God was pointing to this date, because it is also the 45th anniversary of the movie Apocalypse Now that cost $45 million to make. Now, on this day, which was again, like I just mentioned, known to be related to Apocalypse Now since March, on August 15th, we had the prophetic sign that was astounding beyond words that confirmed what we were thinking. This was the day that Martin Sheen, the star of Apocalypse Now, shook hands with Joe Biden, the president. That was a news story because, of course, Martin Sheen plays the president in the television series West Wing. He's arguably more famous for his role as the president in West Wing than he is for his role in the movie Apocalypse Now. But what's also interesting is that in Apocalypse Now, the famous scene is when he unintentionally, as he was acting, cut his hand when he punched the mirror. He did not intend to cut his hand. He punched the mirror, and then he famously went with it. He didn't stop filming. He just continued to act, and then used the blood as a prop, and he spread it around his body and around the hotel room that he was in. And this became part of the movie. That's also in the documentary, how it was not scripted, and how Martin Sheen just went with it after he accidentally cut his hand pretty badly while he was being filmed. Okay, and that's why it's astounding that the story on this day is that he shook hands with the president. Furthermore, the mark of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy regards a person's hand and what they do with it. It's symbolism for their actions. The mark on the forehead and the right hand is symbolism for one's thoughts and deeds. Okay, it's not literal. Okay, which is one of the objections that people have. It's not literal. We can know this from the book of Deuteronomy as well, because in Deuteronomy, the forehead and hand is symbolism for one's actions and deeds. Okay, now the name of Martin Sheen's character in The West Wing is Bartlett. He's President Bartlett. Bartlett is a type of pear. It's the most commonly sold type of pear. And on this day, we had the sign regarding Matthew Perry, which God is using for another reason, which is the coming restriction of food to only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist, which, by the way, corrupts a person's blood, which is why the bloody hand in Apocalypse Now shook hands with the president. Get that? Okay, so the mark of the Antichrist gives a person blood disease, and Martin Sheen cut his hand, and the hand is associated with the doing in Bible prophecy regarding the mark of the Antichrist. And he shook hands with the president, and the president, the future president, the 44th president, who will become the president again, will enforce the mark of the Antichrist. And then he will restrict the rationed food to only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist, the good, supposed so-called good citizens. And that's why Perry, okay, who died just after playing pickleball, because it's a type of pear, and pickleball is hint at food as well. And okay, so anyway, that's why on this day we had the sign involving the things. The things that Matthew Perry took that caused his death was in the news on this day, which corrupted his blood, which is why Martin Sheen on this day, okay? They were the 5 arrests of the people that were supplying him the ketamine things, the pointy things, okay? And it was the ketamine queen, which hints at Jimmy Carter, who again is symbolism for this king's prophecy. All right. Now, on this same day, there was a hit and run right near the arrests of the suppliers of things for Matthew Perry, near where Matthew Perry died, of the hit and run of the guy named Perry Kurtz. Kurtz hints at Antichrist curse. Perry, because of Matthew Perry on this day. Now, this guy was in the 6th episode of the 8th season of America's Got Talent. That hits at 68. The number 68 is the equivalent in simple English gematria of the name Barack Obama. But also, it hints at the 6th and 8th kings, because Barack Obama is the 6th and 8th king in the parallel. Okay? All right. Now, what is amazing, though, is that Perry Kurtz started his career in comedy. He was a staple at the Comedy Store in Los Angeles. His name is on the exterior wall of the location. Okay? And he started his career in his local town with a competition. His local city, I forget which city he's from. I think it might be St. Louis. But anyway, where he won the competition, won $250, began his career as a comedian, and that was for singing. Oh, maybe that's why I got it mixed with St. Louis, because he was impersonating Jerry Lewis and sang as Jerry Lewis the Beatles song Eleanor Rigby. You know the famous song, Eleanor Rigby, okay? You know that song, right? And the song also goes, look at all the lonely people, which is quite appropriate for this Apocalypse Now symbolism. That is amazing confirmation that Hurricane Helene, right here, is also a hint at Eleanor Coppola. In other words, this was the 45th anniversary of the release of the $45 million Apocalypse Now, filmed by Coppola, and his wife is named Eleanor, who made the documentary about the movie, and that's why this is an Eleanor Coppola sign, how Perry Kurtz sang Eleanor Rigby. And this isn't an obscure thing. All of the articles that talked about the hit-and-run death of Perry Kurtz mentioned how he got his start by singing Eleanor Rigby. At least, the majority of the articles mentioned that. Okay. Well, also what's very important, as I'll explain here, Jimmy Fallon announced on this date his haunted mansion, I forget what he's calling it, in New York City. Okay? He's started a haunted mansion in New York City. That's why it's 42 days. That's why this 42 days is relevant to this date. Because on this date, on September 26th, was also the raid of New York City's mayor's mansion. Okay, the mansion of the mayor of New York City was raided by government agents on this day. And as I explained in other videos, the Paul Simon videos, this hints at the Addams family mansion. The fictional The Addams Family is about their lives inside their mansion. Okay, and Adams, the name Adams is equal to 42 in simple English gematria. And in Bible prophecy, a period of 42 months is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist. Hence what this 42 days between these haunted mansion signs hints at. There were other mansion signs on this day, including the tour of Jimmy Fallon and the haunted mansion tour that Jimmy Fallon and Prince Harry took in the haunted mansion that he had announced back on this date, 42 days earlier. Okay, so they aired a segment in which they were followed inside the haunted mansion, Jimmy Fallon, I should say, and Prince Harry. Now, Prince Harry is relevant because he, in a prophetic sign, toured the Graceland Mansion. Prince Harry, the king of rock, right? You get the pun there. The media got the pun back in 2014 when they did it. And that is why the name of the New York City's mayor, the New York City mayor's mansion is named Gracie Mansion. It hints at the Graceland Mansion. And also on this day, to further confirm all of this, was the exclusive interview by People.com published of Elvis Presley's granddaughter, who is now the owner of Graceland Mansion, about her completion of her mother's memoir about her mother's life and the Graceland Mansion. And furthermore, in the movies she stars in, Elvis Presley's granddaughter, they have mansion symbolism, as I explained in the other videos. So haunted mansion even. So it's just amazing beyond words what God does, right? Okay. And also the last book that Elvis was reading on the day that he died, when he died, like exactly when he died, in the bathroom when he died, he was reading a book by Frank Adams. The book, by the way, was Scientific Search for the Face of Jesus. Okay. And that's why God had this connection to the name Adams in the Graceland Mansion, because it ultimately here points to Jesus, as I have now finished coming full circle and explaining. All right. Oh, okay, and speaking of full circle, again, this storm, Hurricane Helen, hit the 3 times 9th state, 39 days before the 309th day of the year and the predicted death of the 39th president, Jimmy Carter. Okay. There's a couple more things. The shutdown of Apocalypse Now was 1,176 days prior to the release of Apocalypse Now, and 1,176 is the 48th triangular number because the Antichrist will become the 48th president after it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. All right. Now, and that'll be, as I mentioned, 11 plus 8 days after the death of Paul Simon on the date 11/8. This is also 23 days in the Antichrist wore jersey number 23. Okay, so, but also this 1,176 days is 3 years, 2 months and 20 days, which hints at 322, or Genesis 3:22. And that's why Jimmy Carter became the longest living president in U.S. history on the date 322, March 22nd in 2019. And that is because the first lie ever told at the beginning of the age by the serpent to Eve in the garden was she that surely will not die, which is symbolized in Genesis 3:22, which will be the lie at the end of the age with the coming demons pretending to be aliens and the promise of immortality without God, just like the serpent promised in the garden. All right, so that gets us all of this now. And again, the $45 million apocalypse now and the 45-year connection is also relevant to Jimmy Carter because his death, and God was pointing to this through this, exactly 45 years after the 444-day hostage crisis, which coincided with his final 444 days of his presidency. Now, the reciprocal of 45 is 0.022, which hints at the second coming and the second presidency of Barack Obama, and also 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. The inverse of the mark of the Antichrist in the book of Ezekiel would have been the Tav letter, and the Tav is the 22nd and last letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and the last book of the mark of the Antichrist is described in the last book of the Bible, the 22nd out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. Now, the grand finale here, it's not really, I got a couple more things, but this is amazing because on this day, the New York Yankees in New York, we had, again, the signs in New York, including the Haunted Mansion tour, but also the raid of Adams' mansion, Mayor Eric Adams. The Yankees played in New York City, and they played the Baltimore Orioles, which is a type of bird, and Kamala Harris is predicted to die from a bird strike and then crash into the baseball stadium. And the Baltimore Orioles, which is who the Yankees were playing, used to play in St. Louis, and her crash will be in St. Louis. Now, the score was 7-9, and that's why this date is exactly 7 times 9 days to the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. But what's all relevant here, too, regarding all of this and Jimmy Carter is that 7 times 9 hints at 79, the year of the 444-day hostage crisis and the release of the movie Apocalypse Now, which, by the way, is 11 weeks and 4 days before the 45th anniversary is 11 weeks and 4 days before the date 11/4, which again hints at 11 times 4 equals 44 because it is 4 times 4 years after the election of the 44th president, and Jimmy Carter will die in the 4th state 4 days before the predicted death of Paul Simon. Okay. One last thing here too, though, is speaking of Paul Simon and the movie Apocalypse Now, one of the other stars of the movie, Dennis Hopper, was on Saturday Night Live with Paul Simon, and they did a commercial to promote that Saturday Night Live on this date. Okay, this commercial was released on this date. What makes confirmation of the prophetic significance of the date of the commercial is that in the commercial, Paul Simon lifts up a newspaper, a New York Times newspaper, and says, "Look, this is the date," to prove that this is the date. Okay, and the show was 2 days later. But Paul Simon, in other words, was standing next to Dennis Hopper in a commercial. Dennis Hopper here, of course, is symbolism for Apocalypse Now. And that's why this commercial was exactly 405 months before the 45th anniversary of the movie Apocalypse Now. And the sign involving Martin Sheen, the other star from Apocalypse Now. 405 months exactly. Now, the number 45 is the 9th triangular number. And also the number 9 is the most important number in God's signs. That's from the Bible. It symbolizes God's judgment. It's exactly 9 months from the commercial with Dennis Hopper from Apocalypse Now and Paul Simon to Paul Simon's prophetic concert in Central Park, the huge concert, and which attracted 500,000 people, and Paul Simon's name in Hebrew gematria equals 500, but that's another story. But that, in turn, is 2 times 52 days, which hints at 2,520 days, the number in Bible prophecy that symbolizes the period of the end and the Antichrist, the end times, to this date, the release of Hearts of Darkness, a filmmaker's apocalypse. The documentary that won awards, I think an Academy Award. And that's amazing, coming full circle, because of Hurricane Helene. I'm explaining again the theme of this video is September 26th, how it was a step in the trail, and how Hurricane Helene was in fact pointing to Eleanor Coppola, which points to Apocalypse Now because of her documentary. This release of the documentary is in turn exactly 9 times 44 months to the date it is predicted that the apocalypse will now begin, with the predicted death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash. It's exactly 9 times 44 months. The 44th president was inaugurated in 09. I already explained how God pairs 9 and 44 together. This is a prime example. Also, God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. I've explained or touched upon this theme of mansions in God's sign, and ultimately this points to the White House mansion in which the Antichrist will occupy. The White House has 44 plus 44 plus 44 rooms in it, because ultimately it's set up for the Antichrist to dwell in, the 44th president. And 9 times 44 months is also 44 plus 44 plus 44 plus 40 plus 44 plus 44 plus 44 plus 44 plus 44 months, okay? In other words, 44 plus 44 plus 44 times 3 months. Okay. Also, it is exactly 11 times 3 years. And that hints at a couple of things. One is the 113th word in Strong's Greek Concordance, which is the word that means lawless, unprincipled men, the Antichrist. Also, it's also a hint at Joe Biden. God is using pairs of 11 and 3 to hint at Joe Biden, because Joseph was the 11th son of the 3rd patriarch. That's just a thing that God is doing in his signs. And also, G131 is another reason why God pairs 11 and 3, because G131 is the word that means blood disease, which is what a person gets when they take the mark of the Antichrist. The question is, how did God point to this movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days? One of the extremely profound ways in which God pointed to July 1st was that it was 1,290 days after the first Israeli took the thing on December 19th, 2020. This was also the day that the leader of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, took the thing. In the last verses of the prophetic book of Daniel, there is a mention of a period of 1,290 days following the setting up of a spiritual abomination on the Temple Mount. The Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount is a spiritual abomination, as is the Dome of the Rock. In fact, this is a typo. I really, in fact, mean to refer to the Dome of the Rock. The Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock are the 2 mosques on top of the Temple Mount, but I'm specifically referring to the Dome of the Rock, the golden dome in the iconic images of the Temple Mount, the mosque with the golden dome. Okay, so the Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount is a spiritual abomination, and it was completed in 688 AD. 688 AD plus 1,290 years was 1978, the year of the Camp David Accords that were brokered by President Jimmy Carter. The giving back of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with the Camp David Accords was an extreme transgression against God. In the prior verse in Daniel, there is a mention of 1,260 days. 688 AD plus 1,260 years was 1948, the year that Israel was reborn after 19 centuries. In other words, the 1,260-day years connection to 1948 is a second witness that confirms the relevance of adding 1,290 years to 688 AD to get 1978, the big year prophetically for Jimmy Carter, And that is why this number 1,290 is relevant with Jimmy Carter and in context of a spiritual abomination, which is why after the first Israeli and the leader of Israel took the spiritual abomination, which is the thing, was July 1st. And this was one, again, of the ways that God was, extremely profound ways in which God pointed to July 1st in regards to Jimmy Carter. Here is the text that I was referring to in Daniel chapter 12, the last chapter of the very prophetic book of Daniel, in the last verses. Here's this 1,290 days I was mentioning. And again, from the prophecy in Ezekiel, where God told Ezekiel to do something for a number of days that it would symbolize a number of years, we know that this can be interpreted as a period of years. And anyway, we are also here in this passage, there is a mention of this abomination, all right? So there's a spiritual abomination happening in this passage in context of the 1,260 days. What I am referring to, of course, is not the primary fulfillment of this prophecy. This is just a symbolic secondary fulfillment that God is using in his big picture of science. It's very important. We are talking about the mark of the Antichrist, and then 1,290 days later, we get July 1st, but that's a parallel with the abomination, because this is talking about the Temple Mount. It's talking about the regular burnt offering, which is what the ancient Jews used to do on the Temple Mount. It's talking about the temple, the Jewish temple, and it's talking about an abomination. And today, the Dome of the Rock sits directly on top of where the former Jewish temple stood. The Jews would love, or the Orthodox religious Jews would love to rebuild the temple, and they can't because the Dome of the Rock is there, because it is an abomination. And that was completed in 688 AD, and when we add the 1,290 years, we get 1978, which was the year of the abomination orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, with the pressure to have Israel return land for peace, the biggest transgression against God. Here is the 1,260 days I mentioned. It's mentioned 7 times in Bible prophecy. Sometimes it's mentioned as 1,260 days, and sometimes it's mentioned as time, times, and a half time. That's because the time is 1 year, and times is 2 years, and a half time is a half year. So that's a total of 3.5 years. And in biblical prophetic years, year is 12 months of 30 days each. And so 3.5 years is 1,260 days. And if we add this to the Dome of the Rock, just like we added the 1,290 days, we get 1948, the year that Israel was reborn. And you can't get 1948 in the Bible unless it is the inspired word of God. What I meant a minute ago about what Jimmy Carter did with the Camp David Accords, which is when Israel gave back the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, what I meant by it being the biggest transgression is that this is the biggest transgression that the world collectively will do in the end. The division of Israel and the making of Jerusalem an international city, led by a world body led by the Antichrist, Pope Francis and Barack Obama. There are 2 Antichrists. Now, upon further consideration, I need to be more precise about what I said earlier about this 1,290 days that I'm describing not being the primary fulfillment. What really needs to be said is that, contrary to what most people that are interested in Bible prophecy still believe, is that these numbers of days are actually literal, and they are to have a literal fulfillment. They are only symbolic, and they are used in multiple ways. And this is, again, one way. And I would actually say that this is the primary way, because of what is now known, which is that the 1,290 days before the Day of Atonement, the day of the Lord's return, was in 2021. And there was no symbolic beginning. There was a symbolic 1,260 days beginning on May 2nd, 2021, which is explained in other videos. But this is actually a primary fulfillment. And one thing to add to this is because the next verse speaks of this 1,335 days, And what it is referring to is the date, the event of the resurrection rapture. And that will be 1,335 days after the same starting point that we add the 1,290 days to, which again was December 19th, 2020, the date that the first Israeli and the Israeli leader took the spiritual abomination, the mark of the Antichrist. 1,335 days after that date is August 15th, and that will be the date of the resurrection rapture, the first of two raptures, the first fruits rapture. The second rapture will be on September 5th. And the prediction being made in this video will prove this, and this is the purpose of this prediction that is from God. Make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason for this prediction. It is to prove that the resurrection rapture event will be on August 15th, 1,335 days after December 19th, 2020. And anyway, this is how important July 1st is. God pointed to this, you'll see, as I will explain. And it is, July 1st was 1,290 days after the spiritual abomination in Israel. And also, this is how creative God is. If we think about it, this is one major reason why God established July 1st as a step in the trails of signs that are leading to the death of Jimmy Carter. Like I said, it was clear God was pointing to July 1st, and you'll see, I'll explain what happened on July 1st, and you will agree. But one reason being for doing that is in order to establish this, what I just mentioned, the extra 45 days. God needed to establish July 1st in order to add the 45 days, which will also be explained, by the way, in these videos. And that could only have come through establishing July 1st and this 1,290 days connection related to Jimmy Carter. In other words, God wanted to establish and prove that the resurrection rapture event will be on August 15th, 1,335 days after the abomination was taken in Israel, the first one. And that needed to be done with this context of the abomination and the 1,290 days getting us to July 1st. So there you have it. That's one reason for what I'm about to be explaining, which is what happened on July 1st. All right, before we continue with this explanation, this truly amazing and very essential, important, necessary explanation for what happened on July 1st, there's more to be said. That is that it is now known that August 15th, the end of the 1,335 days from the date that the thing was first taken in Israel, the spiritual abomination, the mark of the Antichrist, will not be the day of the rapture. That has been known for a while now. And it will instead be the date that it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. This is amazing. It will be the 45th anniversary of the release of the movie Apocalypse Now that cost $45 million to make. And what I'm going to do is read a brief paragraph here before continuing with this explanation for what happened on July 1st. I'm just going to explain a few more things here that are truly profound. But again, August 15th will be 45 days after July 1st. And it could be said that all of this trail of signs that is leading from July 1st that have gone through here, it could have all been overpassed with the connection of 1,335 days from the date in 2020 in which the spiritual abomination was first taken in Israel. We didn't necessarily need to go through the 1,260 days, and then we could have just gone even then from there to July 1st, and then 45 days to the 45th anniversary of the Apocalypse Now movie, etc., because of the 45 difference of days between the 1,290 days and the 1,335 days. But there's so much to this, and obviously that wasn't God's plan because of all of the amazing, very extremely important information that came through God telling these stories that were able to be told through these steps in the trail of signs. In other words, there's so much information, as you may know by now, regarding Jimmy Carter that came through this last 45 days. And that wouldn't have been possible had it not been for these intermediary steps, although, as I'm now explaining, weren't even necessary, including even July 1st for that matter, because we could have simply added 1,335 days from December 19th, 2020 to get August 15th, and that would be the end of the story. But that would be tantamount equivalent to God tapping someone on the shoulder and saying, tell the world that such and such is going to happen on such and such date. But what good would that be? That would be essentially worthless. It is through his big picture of signs that develops these trails of signs and steps along the way that God is able to tell these stories and thereby communicate extremely important knowledge that everyone needs to know. Which is why the wise person will recognize when the prediction comes to pass that they need to watch every minute of every Jimmy Carter video and every video on this channel furthermore. All right, this is briefly what I wanted to read before we continue with the explanation for what happened on July 1st. Carter is symbolism for Methuselah, whose name means when he dies, destruction. The name Jimmy Carter is equal to 135 in simple English gematria. God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. 100, and by the way, simple English gematria is A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. 135 is 45 plus 45 plus 45. And God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. That's very important, in other words, regarding Jimmy Carter. What does number 45 mean? Well, what I'm saying a minute ago, his death will be at the end of the 1,335, which is symbolized by 45 because of the number of days in between the 1,290 days and the 1,335 days. But there's more to the symbolism for the number 45. It is a very special number. And the death of Jimmy Carter will be a very special prophetic sign. The reciprocal of 45 is 0.022. This is a big thing personally for how this came to be realized that this is the case and that this is very important. Let me just put it that way. Okay? It took a lot for this to happen, for this realization that this is what 45 hints at. I would say the biggest reason for the importance of the number 45 is that the reciprocal of 45 is 0.022. What that means is 1 divided by 45. It means it's the opposite. It means it's like hidden, if you will. In other words, this number is hidden within the number 45 because when we turn it upside down, we get this number, 0.022, which hints at 220. G220 in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word for rooster, and rooster symbolizes Peter. Throughout church history, anyway, Jesus gave Peter his name, which means rock. And in the Bible, rock is symbolism for Jesus. In other words, this 220 number is symbolism for Jesus. Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem as the King of the Jews was on the Hebrew calendar date 110, the 10th day of the month of Nisan, the first month. So the date 110 was the date of Jesus' triumphal entry. 220 hints at 2 times the date 110, because the date 110 hints at 110. And 2 times 110 is 220. And so therefore, the number 220, which hints at 2 times the triumphal entry, hints at the second coming and the second triumphal entry of Jesus into Jerusalem at his second coming. This is why Jimmy Carter's name gives us 45 plus 45 plus 45, and why he is symbolic of Methuselah, whose name means when he dies, destruction. because the wrath of God and destruction precedes the second coming. This is why Carter is predicted to die on the 45th anniversary of the release of the movie Apocalypse Now, a movie that cost $45 million to make, $9 million of which was spent on promotion, and 45 is the ninth triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the ninth row is 45. Carter's death will coincide with the timing of the prophetic 9th of Av date in the Hebrew calendar that is associated with destruction. Carter's death, and by the way, destruction on Temple Mount, and the abomination, like I just explained a minute ago, the abomination that's set up, the primary reference of that is regarding the Temple Mount. But in the New Testament, God's temple is the body of a follower of Christ, which is why the mark of the Antichrist that was put inside people's temples was a spiritual abomination. Carter's death will also be on the 79th anniversary of Victory Day at the end of World War II in 1945. The number 79 is the 22nd prime number, 22. World War II ended in 45, which hints at 0.022, and hints at the second coming, as in the second coming. 2, as in World War II, as in 79 years, 22nd prime number. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs 9, 23, and 44 as the 44th president and basketball president who wore jersey number 23 became the president in 2009. Carter's predicted death on August 15th will be 2 times 3 days after the related prophetic signs on the 9th of August, which hints at the 9th of Av, involving Yellowstone volcano in the 44th state. The 9th of Av was the 79th. The 9th of August was the 79th, as in 22nd prime number, anniversary of the second of 2 bombs dropped in Nagasaki in 45, the 9th triangular number. I'll repeat that. So there were 2 bombs, and the second of the 2 bombs was dropped exactly the 22nd prime number of years before August 9th, 2024. And again, that's another 45 because Nagasaki was bombed in 45. Nagasaki is the location of the Hidden Christians UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which God will hide, as in rapture, his faithful Christians from the Antichrist and tribulation on the date 9/5, September 5th in 2024, and 9 times 5 equals 45, which hints at the second coming, which is why the rapture, the resurrection rapture event in the second coming will be on the date that hints at the number 45. September 5th, 9/5, because 9 times 5 equals 45. In the final prophecy in the book of Daniel that regards the quote-unquote time of the end. Sorry, that's typed, written incorrectly. The final prophecy in the book of Daniel regards the time of the end. This prophecy describes a period of 1,290 days from the time that an abomination is set up on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, as well as a period of 1,335 days from this time that an abomination is set up on the Temple Mount. The difference between 1,290 days and 1,335 days is 45 days. Jimmy Carter pressured Israel to give land to Egypt in exchange for so-called peace. This was transgression against God, as clearly outlined in the Bible. In Bible prophecy, 1 day can be symbolic of 1 year. The Camp David Accords were brokered by Carter in 1978, 1,290 years after the year 688, when construction began on the Dome of the Rock, which is an abomination, on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, directly on top of the location where the ancient Jewish temple stood. This period of 1,290 days from the setting up of the mentioned abomination in the book of Daniel hints at G129. Okay, so again, in the prophecy, a period of 1,290 is in context of the setting up of the abomination, which is why from the setting up of the abomination, the Dome of the Rock, we get Jimmy Carter and him pressuring to give land back to Egypt. Okay, so, but this 1,290 number in this setting up of the abomination prophecy hints at G129 in Strong's Greek Concordance, which is the word for blood. The mark of the Antichrist is a spiritual abomination, and it is the CVD thing that affects people's blood. In the New Testament, it is said that God's temple is the physical body of a follower of Christ. The first injection administered into a human body in Israel was on December 19th, 2020. On this day, the Prime Minister of Israel publicly took the thing. The word abomination hints at Obama nation. 1,290 days after December 19th, 2020. Oh, and you know what? If you have the eyes to see it, that date hints at 1,290 and 129. Look at it. That's amazing. And you know what? You really do need the eyes to see that, because I know so fully well and so confident am I that it is relevant to add this number to this date. I'm now able to see it. That date, the 12 and followed by the 9, cancel out the 1 because it's repetitive, and cancel out the 2 and the 0 because it's repetitive. Well, zeros cancel out anyway because they're zeros. You've got 129. Anyway, so 1,290 days after December 19th, 2020 was July 1st, 2024, which I'm about to continue explaining. The day that Obama's Supreme Court pick, Justice Sotomayor, in response to the Supreme Court's decision regarding immunity for the 45th president, said that America now has a king. Likewise, on July 1st, Biden delivered a speech in response to the decision and said that America was founded on the premise that it does not have a king, which is rich given that he is a dictator king because of everything that he is and the shoplifted referendum. God is using Jimmy Carter as a prophetic sign that points to the prophecy in Revelation chapter 17, verse 11, that regards a series of successive kings. This prophecy regards 5 kings and a 6th and 7th king that are followed by an 8th king. The number 1,711 hints at Revelation 17:11 that regards the 5th through 8th kings prophecy. 1,711 is the 58th triangular number, and 58 hints at this prophecy in Revelation 17:11 regarding the 5th through 8th kings. The reciprocal of the number 89 is 0.01123, and 1,123 is the 188th prime number. And God uses this in his connections to point to H188, the word in the Hebrew concordance that means woe, exclamation mark. This word is used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. July 1st in 2024 was also the day that Robert Town died at the age of 89, 1,711 days after Robert Evans died at the age of 89, which hints at whoa exclamation mark, as I just explained. The two men worked together on the famous movie Chinatown, which in turn hinted at the Manchurian Candidate, who is Barack Obama, Obama Nation. July 1st is 1,290 days after the first abomination that affects a person's blood was put into someone, into a human temple in Israel. July 1st, 2024, and the court's decision regarding the 45th president is 45 days before it is predicted that former President Jimmy Carter will die. The president who pressured Israel to give land to Egypt. The president who pressured Israel to give land to Egypt 1,290 years after the abomination was set up on the Temple Mount, which makes the day that it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die 1,335 days after the abomination thing was first administered into a human temple in Israel. Daniel 12, verses 11 through 12, quote, "And from the time that the regular burnt offering is taken away and the abomination makes desolate is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he who waits and arrives at the 1,335 days." Now, again, the 1,335 days completion on August 15th is no longer believed to be the date of the resurrection rapture, which is what, of course, is being referred to by blessed is he who waits and arrives at that date. But it will be at the end of the 45 days and also 1,335 days, which I have now explained symbolizes or is symbolism for 45 days and the other way around and vice versa. And that is because the resurrection rapture event will be on the date that hints at the number 45. September 5th, 9 times 5 equals 45. And in the Bible, 3 sets of 7 is symbolic of destruction. The Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7 when they marched around the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment, which is why it was 7 times 7 times 7 firefighters that died when the World Trade Center towers collapsed. And by the way, it was 2 110-story towers, which hinted at the second coming, as I explained, the number 220, 2 times 110 stories, which again is hinted at with the number 45. Also, the second plane had 7 plus 7 times 7 passengers, and in fact, the symbolic enacting of the 3 sets of 7 in the book of Joshua by the Israelites before the walls of security collapsed on Jericho was in fact more accurately a 7 plus a 7 times 7. From the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die, and again, when he is symbolism for Methuselah, which means when he dies, destruction, it is 7 plus 7 plus 7 days to the resurrection rapture event, which is why we have the 1,335 days connection to the date it is predicted that he will die, which again hints at the resurrection rapture event because that's what the 1,335 days refers to in Bible prophecy. And then it is 7 plus 7 plus 7 days to the resurrection rapture on the date that symbolizes 1,335 because the number 45 symbolizes 1,335. All right, now I'm going to continue with the explanation for what happened on July 1st that was written shortly after July 1st. Because of this connection, it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign involving a spiritual abomination and the Antichrist if Jimmy Carter were to not die on this date. So if Jimmy Carter if it isn't the end of the trail of signs leading to the death of Jimmy Carter, it means that it would be a step, and therefore we would expect a sign involving a spiritual abomination and the Antichrist on this July 1st date. God is demonstrating that Jimmy Carter is symbolic of the first of 7 kings in Bible prophecy. In Revelation chapter 17:11 in the Bible, there is a mention of a series of 7 kings followed by an 8th king. A secondary fulfillment, I should say a secondary symbolic fulfillment of this prophecy, not the primary fulfillment of this prophecy, is Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, as in 1977, began a succession of 7 presidents that leads to the identification of the Antichrist, who is the 6th and 8th presidents, and therefore the symbolic 6th and 8th kings in the prophecy. The name Barack Obama is equal to 68 in simple English gematria, which is A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, etc. And therefore, his name in a succession of presidents that begins with Carter, Barack Obama is the 6th president and is predicted to become the 8th president, which is why his name equals 68 in simple English gematria. Trump is the 7th president after Carter was inaugurated in 77, which is why Trump was elected by 77 electoral votes, and on Trump's inauguration day, in the year that ended in the number 7, he was exactly 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. 77 days after his inauguration, Trump launched 59 missiles into Syria. 59 is the 7th superprime number. The 17th prime number is 59, and 17 is the 7th prime number, making 59 the 7th superprime number. Ancient Rome was founded after a period of 7 kings that ended in 509 BC, which is why, incidentally, the reason for the 7 kings in this Bible prophecy is it is because the primary fulfillment of it identifies Rome. Okay, so in ancient Rome, it is widely known in ancient history, or rather, it is widely known that ancient history tells us that ancient Rome was founded after a period of 7 kings that ended in 509 BC. 509 hints at 59, the 7th superprime number. At Carter's funeral, the presidents will be lined up in chronological order, which will point to this prophecy in Revelation about a chronological order of 7 kings, followed by an 8th king. Trump, the 7th king, and Obama, the 8th king, are predicted to sit next to each other at Carter's funeral. In the prophecy, it is said that the 8th king was, is not, and will be again. Obama was the president, is not the president, and it is predicted he will become the president again on August 25th, 2024. The predicted funeral on July 11th will be exactly 509 days after Carter first went into a hospice, and this hints at the succession of kings in Rome that ended in 509 BC. George W. Bush will also be sitting in the row of presidents at Carter's funeral, and Bush will turn 78 years old. In other words, his 78th birthday will be the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die, on July 6th. His age of 78 will hint at the 7th and 8th kings in the prophecy. George W. Bush is the 5th king in this fulfillment of the prophecy, and it's only symbolic, and it's a secondary to the primary one, as I said. But George Bush was the 5th king after Carter in this fulfillment of the prophecy, and the prophecy speaks of the first 5 kings being similar and having left the scene before the 6th through 8th kings. As mentioned, on July 1st, it was expected that either Jimmy Carter would die or there would be prophetic signs that provided king and spiritual abomination symbolism. On July 1st, the Supreme Court ruled that the president is entitled to immunity from prosecution for official acts of his duties as president. President Biden is not the symbolic eighth king in this prophecy because he is a puppet of Obama's people in the permanent government ruling class of Democrats in Washington, otherwise known as the deep state. In response to the Supreme Court's decision, acting President Biden delivered a speech about how America was founded on the notion that it would not have kings, which is ironic and prophetic because, like everything the left claims these days, the opposite is true, and Biden, the puppet of Obama and his people, is America's first king dictator. Also, in the Supreme Court's dissenting opinion, Justice Sotomayor, Obama's first appointee, said that America now has a king. She used the word king for America's leader on the date it was expected there would be a symbolic Antichrist king sign. Prior to July 1st, we also expected a sign with spiritual abomination symbolism. On this date, famous Hollywood screenwriter Robert Towne died at the age of 89. So, Robert Towne died on July 1st, this date that we were expecting a spiritual abomination. And he died at the age of 89. Robert Towne died at 89, exactly 1,711 days after the death of famous Hollywood movie producer Robert Evans died at the age of 89. So they both died at the age of 89. 89 is the 24th prime number. These two men worked together in Hollywood, and their two deaths at the age of 89, which hints at the 24th prime number, hints at Jimmy Carter, who was born in 24, as in 1924, and will die in 24, as in 2024. Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hint at Jesus Christ, and G2424 in Strong's Greek Bible Concordance is the word Jesus. Robert Towne's death on 7/1, July 1st, 7/1, 1,711 days after the death of Robert Evans, hints at the prophecy in Revelation 17:11 about the 7 kings followed by an 8th king. All right, so the 1,711 days hints at Revelation 17:11, which is why Robert Towne died on the day the Supreme Court Justice said that America now has a king. This hints at the coming Antichrist king, who will be defeated by the King of Kings at his second coming in 2024. If the starting date is not included in the calculation, this period of 1,711 days in between the deaths of Robert Evans and Robert Towne is also 1,710 days, and 171 is the 18th triangular number, and 18 is equal to 6 plus 6 plus 6, and 666 is the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. In Bible prophecy, the period of the Antichrist's rule is symbolized by 7 years. Robert Evans is credited with making Paramount Studios a major success after ruling as its chief for 7 years, as in the Antichrist's period of 7 years. Robert Towne won the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for his movie Chinatown, which Robert Evans produced. The movie starred Jack Nicholson, and during its production, Nicholson learned from a reporter that his deceased sister and mother were in reality his mother and grandmother, which was an eerie coincidence given that in the movie, which Nicholson was filming at the time of him learning this, Nicholson's character learns the shocking secret that Faye Dunaway's character is both the sister and the mother of another character as a result of incest with her father at the age of 15. The movie was directed by Roman Polanski, who is known for the sexual relationship he had with a 13-year-old girl. Polanski's pregnant wife, Sharon Tate, was murdered by Manson family members. Polanski directed the movie Rosemary's Baby, which Robert Evans also worked on. The horror movie Rosemary's Baby is about a pregnant woman who gives birth to the baby Antichrist. In the movie, the baby has the eyes of his father, Satan, and the baby is an abomination. Robert Evans died exactly 2,620 weeks after the release of Rosemary's Baby, and 262 is the 84th semi-prime number. The name Obama is equal to 84 in Hebrew gematria, and Obama was born, the Antichrist was born, as in Rosemary's Baby's Antichrist birth, on the date 8/4. Therefore, the movie Rosemary's Baby connects to the death of Robert Evans, and his death connects to the death of Robert Towne on the date that it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign involving a spiritual abomination. Robert Evans's last movie that he produced was How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, which is why it is predicted that Jimmy Carter's prophetic funeral, in which the presidents will be lined up in chronological order, will be 10 days after the death of Robert Towne, which was the same day that the Supreme Court Obama appointee said that America now has a king, as in the Antichrist king, Barack Obama. What is also amazing is that on July 1st, the date that we were expecting a sign involving Jimmy Carter and his death, was the day that the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library announced that for Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday celebration, the library is planning to have a film festival, a movie festival, and the festival will be running from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m., which hints at the movies that I just mentioned, including the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. In other words, the 100th birthday celebration with a film festival hints at the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. 100 hints at the number 10. What is also interesting too is that Jimmy Carter set up the Georgia State Film Office after the success of the movie Deliverance during the time that Jimmy Carter was the governor. Georgia went on to become a place where movies are made, and this started when Jimmy Carter was the governor of Georgia. Deliverance hints at the deliverance from the Antichrist of God's faithful through JC, which is why Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hint at Jesus Christ. Robert Towne got his start in movies through working under Roger Corman. Roger Corman is said to be the Pope of pop cinema, the spiritual godfather of the new Hollywood, and the king of cult. Corman is also known for his Poe cycle of 8 movies. These 8 movies were inspired by 8 different writings of Edgar Poe. Roger Corman hints at how Pope Francis is the 7th king, and how a revived Roman Empire is the 8th king in the primary fulfillment of this prophecy in Revelation regarding the 5th through 8th kings. This is why Roger Corman died 58 days before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on July 6th, 2024. In the secondary fulfillment of this prophecy, Obama is the 8th king, and 8 movies in the King of Cults Poe cycle also hints at 4 plus 4 and the 44th president. Robert Towne also wrote the screenplay for the Tom Cruise movie Days of Thunder. The name Barak in Hebrew means lightning. In Luke 10:18 in the Bible, Jesus said that he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. The name Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven. Barak means lightning, Bama means high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven, as it is said that Lucifer fell from the high place. And O, in the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, is the word from. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he knew that there would be a famous president named Barack Obama and said this anyway, knowing that it would confuse us, or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. Days of Thunder was released on June 27, 1990, exactly 34 years and 1 month before what is predicted to be Seven Thunders Day on July 27, 2024. July 27, 2024 will be a symbolic beginning of the 7 thunders of judgment that are mentioned in the book of Revelation. In other words, 7/27 or July 27, 2024 will be the beginning of the Days of Thunder. The 7 thunders will be supernatural phenomena such as demons pretending to be aliens and the demonic possession of the masses. 34 years and 1 month hints at 341, the 110th semi-prime number, and 110 is symbolic of the walls of security of Jericho that collapsed in God's judgment. Joshua, who led the Israelites before the walls collapsed, died at the age of 110, and this is why the twin towers that collapsed on 9/11 were 110 stories high. 34 years and 1 month is also 409 months, and 409 is the 40 plus 40th prime number, which hints at the 44th president, whose name means lightning. And again, this 409 months is a connection from the release of the movie Days of Thunder. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 23 and 44 together, as the 44th president is also the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. Robert Towne's Days of Thunder cost 2 times 30 million, which hints at 23, to make, and it was released 44 days before the release of Robert Towne's sequel to his Chinatown movie, The Two Jakes. More than a decade after the release of the movie Chinatown, Robert Towne and Robert Evans collaborated again on a sequel named The Two Jakes. It is said that The Two Jakes faced a troubled production and went through several years of development hell. The name The Two Jakes hints at the two Antichrists. The two Roberts that made The Two Jakes further confirms this. A sequel movie is symbolic of the second presidency, a sequel for Barack Obama, the second of the two Antichrists in Bible prophecy. The Two Jakes was directed by Jack Nicholson. This hints at the Antichrist directing the persecution of the saints in order for God to purge them of their Nicolaitan doctrine that the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians hold and practice, and that Jesus said would come to make war on with the sword of his mouth, on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this Nicolaitan doctrine. Make sure that you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel and read the links that will be in the description box below this video. The reason for the coincidence in the names of Robert Towne winning the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for the movie Chinatown is that Robert Towne and Chinatown point to China. China is symbolic of the red dragon in Bible prophecy that is a metaphor for Satan and his representative, the Antichrist. There is another prophecy in Revelation in which the second of the two Antichrists, Barack Obama, is said to speak like a dragon. This is because Barack Obama and his allies on the political left constantly speak lies while accusing their opponents of lying and doing the very things that they are doing, which is textbook communist strategy that Barack Obama learned from his days studying radical, subversive, leftist political strategy. The truth is, Barack Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which bombed the Capitol building in Washington in 1983. The organization was disbanded in 1985, the year that Obama moved to Chicago to further pursue radical leftist politics. The purpose of this prediction in this video, that is from God, is to prove what I have just said. The reason why the name China is pointed to through Robert Towne and Chinatown is because it hints at the movie The Manchurian Candidate. In the 1962 movie, The Manchurian Candidate, the protagonist's name is Marco, and the movie was directed by John Frankenheimer, who was said to be the last of the dictatorial style of directors. The name Frankenheimer hints at Frankenstein, and he also directed Island of Dr. Moreau, about genetic experiments that create half-human, half-animal creatures. The production of the movie Island of Dr. Moreau is said to have been the most cursed movie ever made, and interesting documentaries have been made about this. The name Marco and Frankenheimer from The Manchurian Candidate hints at the mark of the Antichrist that changes a person's chromosomes, making them an Obama nation, as in abomination. The mark of the Antichrist has inserted snake venom chromosomes into people's chromosomes, which is what is alluded to with the half-human, half-animals in Island of Dr. Moreau. This makes these people an abomination, as in Obama nation. The number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, and Frankenheimer's The Manchurian Candidate cost $2.2 million to make. John Frankenheimer died exactly 22 years before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on July 6, 2024. At Carter's funeral, Joe Biden will sit in the row of presidents, followed by Trump and Obama. Biden and his brain dementia is symbolic of the character in The Manchurian Candidate that is brainwashed by communist operatives within the U.S. government and who isn't fully aware of what he is doing. Obama is symbolic of the communist Manchurian Candidate in the movie The Manchurian Candidate, who is waiting for the death of someone in order to gain the president's office and usher in an authoritarian regime in the U.S. This awaited death will be the predicted death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash on July 22nd, 2024, which will be 4 times 4 days, which hints at the 44th president, after the predicted death of Jimmy Carter. The movie The Manchurian Candidate was released 446 days after the birth of Barack Obama. 446 hints at the 44th president and the 46th president. And the characters in the movie The Manchurian Candidate point to these presidential candidates. All right, this very important video was produced prior to May 17th, 2024. Prior to May 17th, 2024, it was predicted that Jimmy Carter would die on this date. However, it turned out to be an important step in the trail of signs that is leading to the death of Jimmy Carter 45 days later after May 17th on July 1st. This very, very important video will explain, among other things, how May 17th was known ahead of time. And the prophetic signs that occurred on May 17th revealed adding 45 days, as I will clearly explain. But this is how God's big picture of signs works. It's an interconnected web of prophetic signs. All of the prophetic signs cannot be properly understood without their connections and context with the other prophetic signs. And so prior to May 17th, it was recognized that it was 39 days after the very important prophetic solar eclipse that traversed across America on April 8th. 39 because Jimmy Carter is the 39th president. Now, the full name of Jimmy Carter is James Earl Carter, which is why God has overlapped the signs for Jimmy Carter with James Earl Jones. And James Earl Jones is predicted to die 2 + 2 days later after James Earl Carter. James Earl Jones is predicted to die on July 5th. 2 + 2 days, one reason being Jimmy Carter has 22 grandchildren, and also Plains, Georgia equals 220 in gematria. But more regarding this significance of this 2 + 2 days is explained in other videos. It was originally believed that James Earl Jones, in fact, would die on May 17th. And then it was recognized that also God was pointing to Jimmy Carter, and that May 17th was 39 days. It's 40 days inclusive count after the eclipse, and that's relevant because the eclipse went over the path of totality, 7 cities in America named Nineveh. And Jonah in the Bible preached repentance and destruction for Nineveh for 40 days. One of the signs we received on May 17th that confirmed all of the analysis is that the Dow Jones stock market index closed above 40,000 points for the first time. This was actually recognized that this would occur ahead of time as well. It was predicted that the Dow would close above 40,000 for the first time on specifically May 17th. To be fair, though, this wasn't recognized more than just a couple of days beforehand, although it could have been. I just wasn't paying attention. And so the Dow Jones hints at James Earl Jones. It's a James Earl Jones sign. It's part of this trail of signs, as is James Earl Carter. All right, now the sign we received on, other signs we received on May 17th that confirm adding 45 days, as I'll explain here, also relate to James Earl Jones. One reason why, a big reason why, May 17th was known ahead of time is that it was exactly 415 months after the 1989 World Series earthquake, which is known for having interrupted the broadcast to the opening of the World Series game number 3, right after James Earl Jones read the poem that Bartlett Giamatti wrote, the 7th Commissioner of Baseball. Bartlett Giamatti had just died a month and a half earlier. The Commissioner of Baseball died while in office after having been exactly in office for 5 months. But that's why the poem was read, and it was read by James Earl Jones, who also starred in the movie Field of Dreams, the most iconic baseball movie ever made. Field of Dreams is about the 1919 Chicago Black Sox and the World Series scandal that brought about the first commissioner of baseball, Kennesaw Mountain Landis. He was made the commissioner and was given unchecked power over every single person in baseball, professional baseball, in a moment of crisis after the 1919 Chicago Black Sox World Series scandal. And so James Earl Jones was born 7 years and 77 days before the birth of the seventh commissioner of baseball. And he read the poem of the commissioner to open the broadcast of the prophetic 1989 World Series, Game 3, which was followed 4 minutes after him reading the poem with the earthquake that knocked out the power in the broadcast booth. And again, the Field of Dreams movie was also released in 1989, the year of the earthquake. And again, the Field of Dreams movie, the most iconic baseball movie ever made, is about the 1919 Chicago Black Sox, which, as I just explained, points to the first commissioner of baseball, as does the seventh commissioner of baseball. That's why James Earl Jones was born 7 years and 77 days prior. That's also a hint at the 7 and 7 times 7 that the Israelites enacted as they marched around the walls of security of Jericho in the Bible before the walls collapsed in God's judgment. And that's because America's walls are collapsing in God's judgment. And by the way, the walls of security of Jericho collapsed due to an earthquake. Archaeology proves this. And the reason for pointing to the first commissioner of baseball is that he was given his power exactly 666 days after the ratification of the 18th Amendment. And 18 is 6 plus 6 plus 6. The 18th Amendment was prohibition, which restricted the buying and selling of alcohol. Bible prophecy in the book of Revelation talks about the restriction of buying and selling, and if one reads this correctly, it involves food. Furthermore, God's prophetic signs confirm that the buying and selling the restriction of buying and selling will be focused on food because of the food rationing that will occur after the coming solar flare will knock out the power grid, which is why the power was knocked out in the broadcast booth after James Earl Jones read the poem. And God is using in his prophetic signs a metaphor of a roaring lion to symbolize this coming solar flare, which is why James Earl Jones was the voice of the Lion King, which in the movie, The Lion King, which hints at the coming solar flare, the lion's roar from the sun. The Lion King movie was released in 1994. 1994. I forget the exact number of days, but it actually does connect. It cost $45 million. So here we go with the beginning of the 45s. Right? We already alluded to one, which was the exact 415 months, which I'll explain in a minute. The 415 months, by the way, May 17th, 2024 was exactly 415 months after the earthquake in San Francisco. And San Francisco, the area code for the city is 415. Okay, so the movie The Lion King was released in May of 1994, just prior to June of 1994, and the 17th of June, which was the day of the infamous car chase of O.J. Simpson. Okay, and that interrupted, it was known for interrupting the broadcast of the finals of the NBA, just like the earthquake exactly 56 months earlier interrupted the broadcast of the World Series. I forget which network, but whatever network was covering the NBA Finals stopped covering it in order to cover the chase of O.J. Simpson up the highway in Southern California. Okay, so 56 months, because 56 is 7 plus 7 times 7. 7 times 7, 49, plus 7, 56. It's a 3 sets of 7. But the Israelites enacting the symbolic 3 sets of 7 was more precisely a 7 followed by a 7 times 7, because they marched around once per day for 7 days. And then on the 7th day, they marched around 7 more times while blowing 7 trumpets. It was a 7 and then a 7 times 7. All right, now, just to wrap this up and explain the reason for the 45 days, O.J. Simpson's full name is Orenthal James Simpson. Orenthal is an anagram in God's signs for Earl. And so Orenthal James Simpson is in fact a sign pointing to James Earl Jones. In fact, the news of his death broke on April 11th, which was a date that was predicted ahead of time to be related to James Earl Jones. It was actually believed that James Earl Jones would die on that day, and then we had that death and another death that was king symbolism as well. O.J. Simpson's death was that day, Orenthal James Simpson. Now, Orenthal James Simpson was born in San Francisco, and he played for the San Francisco 49ers. So there is another connection. His chase was exactly 56 months after the earthquake, and 56 is a 3 sets of 7. And again, the walls of security of Jericho collapsed due to an earthquake after a 3 sets of 7. Okay, so now on May 17th, which actually connects with the prophetic number of days, months exactly. Let me just get that. Yes, the chase, because it was on the 17th of the month, just like May 17th, 2024, the date that this video is about, which is why I'm explaining what happened on May 17th in context of Jimmy Carter and why his death will be 45 days later. May 17th, 2024 was exactly 29 years and 11 months after the car chase of O.J. Simpson that ended at 9 p.m. The climax of it all was at 9 p.m. The arrest warrant for O.J. Simpson went out at 11 a.m. That's a pairing of 9 and 11 that confirms the signs and connections, and that's how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And one simple way in which you would provide a second witness, if we think about it, is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9 and 11, because it hints at, for one thing, the warning of judgment on 9/11. Well, 29 years and 11 months, which is the amount of time between the car chase and May 17th, 2024, also hints at 9/11. 29, if God were to symbolize 9/11 through the use of only two numbers, it would be 92 or 29, because 2 is 1 plus 1, and that hints at the 11. And so it's 29 years and 11 months, which is hinting at 9/11. Furthermore, it connects with the O.J. car chase, which also is embedded in it 9/11, because it ended at 9 p.m. Okay, so now the thing is that the sign we received, one of the other signs besides the Dow Jones sign, was the news of the number one golfer in the world being arrested, and he was arrested and stopped in his car. Just like at 9 p.m., O.J. Simpson was stopped in his car. Okay, now, as I mentioned at the beginning, May 17th was exactly 415 months after the earthquake in the area code 415. Okay, now, the number one golfer was arrested for 4 crimes in the 15th state. And also, this was right before the PGA Championship. He was on his way. It interrupted, just like the car chase interrupted the NBA Finals and the earthquake interrupted the Game 3. This arrest interrupted him getting to his tee-off time. All right? If you know the story of that arrest. It was a major story in the news. Okay? So what happened was someone died, got hit by a bus as the people were coming into the grounds in Kentucky of the Valhalla golf course, which, by the way, Valhalla is symbolic of of the afterlife. And okay, so anyway, someone died, and then there was chaos, and there was police directing traffic, and allegedly Scott Scheffler, the golfer, didn't heed to the instructions of a police officer. Someone has reported that Scheffler didn't think that it was a police officer and was just security, but that's just, one. Anyway, it's not even relevant. But the point is that he was stopped. What happened was the police officer grabbed onto his car, and the Scheffler dragged him 10 feet, and then he was stopped. Siren, light. He was stopped in his car just like O.J. Simpson, and then he was taken out of his car just like O.J. Simpson, and then arrested on the side of his vehicle just like O.J. Simpson. Okay, and it was before the PGA Championship, so just like the NBA Finals and the World Series. Okay, so number one golf. Sorry, forget number one for a second. He was arrested for 4 crimes in the 15th state. That hints at 415. And this was exactly 415 months after the earthquake in the area code 415. Not only that, though, God provides a second witness, if that's not enough. The second witness here is that this is the number one golfer, and the big story was how he, although was arrested and taken to the cop shop, he still returned in time to tee off and play his game and scored 5 under. So he was arrested for 4 crimes, the number one golfer, and then proceeded to score an amazing 5 under par. That's another 415. Also, the number one golfer in the world had won at this time the last 4 out of 5 tournaments that he had played in. That's another 415. It's also a 45. So, by the way, is getting arrested for 4 crimes and then scoring 5 under. That's also a 45. But it's also a 415 when you include that he's the number one golfer. So we have 2 45s there already, in fact. Here's another 1 and a 45. The I-45. God uses this. It's amazing. The Lord is the most creative being ever, of course. The Lord is so creative with his prophetic signs. The I-45, because Scott Scheffler is from Dallas, and on this day, there was this prophetic storm downtown Houston, Harris County, and Houston and Dallas are connected with the I-45. And that's a 45, but it's also a 415, because, like I'm saying in his signs, God has used the I's in the highways for symbolism for the number one in prior signs. This wouldn't be the first example. I'm not making this up. God has established this. This is a second witness. So the I-45 also hints at 45, but it's also hinting at 415 because it's got a 1 and then an I-45, right? The 1 and 45. But the reason why the storm is prophetic is that it was reported at first that there was at least 4 deaths, and then it was reported there were 5 deaths. But also, it was reported as if it was a bomb that went off in downtown Houston because it shattered windows of skyscrapers. The downtown core of Houston was a mess. The mayor was saying, don't come downtown. People were saying that it was like a bomb went off. This is part of the bomb signs that God is overlapping here that are pointing to the upcoming bomb that God is predicting to occur in Manhattan, New York City on July 25th. Anyway, also Harris, in his signs, Harris County, Houston, is being used in God's signs to point to the coming crash of Kamala Harris in a plane, which will lead to her replacement with the Antichrist, Barack Obama. Okay, so there's all kinds of overlap there, right? But I just want to focus on the 45 here to establish how the date May 17th was in fact correct when I said in this video that you're about to listen to that Jimmy Carter would die on May 17th. I was not incorrect. It was in fact 100% correct because the analysis, the signs confirmed all of the analysis. Okay? And if you are skeptical, then, well, the prediction 45 days later after May 17th will prove it. So And again, May 17th was 39 days after the eclipse, and Jimmy Carter's the 39th president, but that's why. But also the reason for 39 is that the sun is 93 million miles away from Earth, and it connects to James Earl Jones, who will die on July 5th, which is 39 days before the predicted solar flare from the sun that will knock out the power grid. Okay, so I think I've explained it enough here. It's amazing if you think about it too. Scott Scheffler, the prophetic sign here, he's from Dallas, and he had just won the Masters prior to this. And one of the signs in that was that he spoke to the camera to his wife saying, "I'm coming home. I'm coming home now." So he's telling his pregnant wife that he's coming home. In other words, Dallas. So Dallas, in other words, was a part of the signs in the Masters sign, which was just prior to this. So he's from Dallas, and the I-45 connects to the other sign that happened later in the day in Houston with the storm. By the way, it was a derecho storm. It was a type of windstorm that's very rare, and it has these exceeding wind speeds, but it's a straight line storm because it's named after the punch. That's a type of punch in boxing. That's a straight punch. And anyway, that's not the first derecho sign that God has used. He's used the derecho storm in Nashville and in Ottawa, Canada, after the truckers because of their straight line convoy across Canada. But that's another story. So anyway, he's from Dallas. His sign was the first thing in the morning, and then the storm was later down the I-45. That alludes to 45 days after May 17th. Okay, so I think it's firmly established now why 45 days after the signs that on May 17th were thought to be we thought that Jimmy Carter would die on this day. Instead, we received these signs that revealed 45 days. Of course, this isn't by far the only way in which we learned or confirmed that July 1st will be the date that is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. There's all kinds of other confirmation, but this was the initial way in which the date July 1st was first looked at. At first I thought it might be the date that Kamala Harris would die in a plane crash because, of course, the storm 45 days, for I-45 after the Dallas Gulfer, and it's in Harris, and it's destruction, right? So it's falling from the sky too. In fact, it is a sign pointing to Kamala Harris's death. It's just that her death will be 7 + 7 + 7 days after the death of Jimmy Carter on July 22nd. And that's, okay, so in other words, Jimmy Carter's death is a step in the trail of signs leading to Kamala Harris's death. And that's why another reason for the storm in Harris County, which is truly Kamala Harris death by the air sign, because the windows crashed from the air and the storm is by air, and her plane is going to crash due to wind. Turbulence and a lightning strike is going to bring her plane down. God has communicated that. And so that's perfect. So you would think that 45 days later would be the death of Kamala Harris. But upon further investigation with other connections and other prophetic signs, because it's a big picture of signs, sifting it out like a puzzle, the pieces, fitting them together, it's Jimmy Carter that will die on July 1st, 7 + 7 + 7 days before the death of Kamala Harris. And Carter was inaugurated in 77. Kamala Harris is the 49th vice president, and 49 is 7 times 7. And she will die 7 + 7 + 7 days after the death of the president that became the president in 77. Okay? Now, one other thing too, the funeral at the National Cathedral is predicted to be on July 5th. God has also pointed to this date. This is important because this will be the day that trumpet, God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight his prophetic signs, will sit next to the Antichrist, Barack Obama, at the funeral service 7 + 7 + 7 days before Antichrist Day, July 27th, which will be explained in other videos. I won't get into that anymore here. But the reason for just saying that is because this is Jimmy Carter we're talking about, and the two, Trumpet and Obama, If you know the rise of Trump before he was even elected, it was all about him calling out Obama. God has been using this juxtaposition in his signs between Trump and Obama. This is the ultimate juxtaposition. Jimmy Carter, JC, Jesus Christ, at the funeral at the National Cathedral, otherwise known as the America's Spiritual Home. I think that's the nickname, America's Spiritual Home, because Barack Obama is the Antichrist. All right, and so they haven't sat next to each other since the death and funeral of George Bush, which is another prophetic sign. And by the way, yeah, I'll explain more in another video. The prophetic, there's more to say about the amazing connections and information regarding Jimmy Carter's predicted funeral on the date 7/6, which by the way also hints at Jimmy Carter because he was elected in 76 and he was the 76th governor of Georgia, and the date 7/6 hints at 76, which is a number that symbolizes prophetic signs because the 76th semi-prime number is 226, and the 226th word in Strong's Hebrew Concordance is the word that means prophetic sign. All right, now, so the rest of this video is about May 17th and the amazing information. This is a very, very important video. Don't skip it just because May 17th has come and gone, and I've explained what happened on May 17th. You haven't even heard anything yet. You need to listen to this video, believe me. When the prediction comes to pass, you should know that you need to watch every minute of every video on this channel anyway, but this is a very, very important video. That's why I haven't scrapped it. I have left it here because it's very, very important, the information that I'm about to explain. One extremely important thing that I forgot to mention, which is the point of it, the main theme of God's big picture of signs, patterns, and connections is judgment warning for the American church, which he is using the city of Dallas to symbolize. The city of Dallas is known as the home of evangelicalism. The media, the mainstream media, has even called it the capital of evangelicalism. It is the home of the seminaries that that teach the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day and churn out the pastors for the nation, which Jesus strictly forbid. Okay? I could talk for a long time now about all of what I just mentioned. Make sure you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. Make sure you watch the other videos. I'll explain more because I've explained it enough already in the Carter videos. Also read the link that I'll leave in the description box below regarding the very serious issue of quote-unquote pastors that Jesus strictly forbid. He also strictly forbid the preaching for money because the reason why, one big reason, is that he knew that it would lead to the institutionalizing of the false doctrine, the serious errors that get taught in the seminaries in Dallas. Sovereign grace and Calvinism and dispensationalism and once saved, always saved, free grace, etc. Our righteousness is as filthy rags, one verse that was taken out of context by Luther to develop his entire theology. And Luther was an Augustinian monk, and Augustine in the 4th century corrupted the Western Church after having been a Gnostic heretic, an official auditor in the Manichaean sect for 9 years before the Catholic Church, and then in his later writings corrupting the Western Church, and on and on. Anyway, the Nicolaitan doctrine and works that Jesus mentions in Revelation chapter 2 and says he hates he is coming to make war on with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of his doctrine, this Nicolaitan doctrine. Now, when the prediction comes to pass, it will prove all of the other things that God's big picture of signs is communicating that I am explaining. That's the purpose of the prediction, is to prove the other things that are controversial that God is communicating. Believe me, I know far better than you the reason why God is providing this prediction. And it is to prove that the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day is what I just described now. Some people will say, well, I don't care about doctrine. It's nonsense. Everyone has doctrine. You cannot have an understanding of your worldview and your religion without doctrine, without what the basis of your doctrine is, of what you believe is. That's your doctrine. And your doctrine, whether you know it or not, is influenced by the people around you and the church you go to and the culture. And the culture is the Nicolaitan culture. But also, the word Nicolaitan comes from Greek that means ruling over the laity. And Jesus forbid teachers. Only Jesus is to be our teacher. He made that very clear. And you'll see this in the link that I'll link to below. All right? When the prediction comes to pass, the wise person will take heed to what I am saying and read the articles that I'm about to link in the description box below. The foolish person would not do it, will skip it, thinking they know better. They do not. Also, Jesus warned that many people coming in his name would lead many people astray. He said that many would come in his name. He said many will come, and some translations, most translations translate it as Christ, saying that they are the Christ, or Christ, I am Christ, or I am the Christ. But the word Christ means Messiah, and Messiah simply means anointed one, and there are other instances of anointed one in the Bible that don't refer to Lord Jesus Christ, such as, for example, King Cyrus. Now, obviously, anyone that comes claiming to be Jesus Christ is not going to lead many people astray. Most obviously, people are going to think that that person is in poor mental health. And there aren't that many people, that, for that matter, that come claiming that they're Lord Jesus, Jesus Christ. There are, however, many bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors that claim to be anointed ones that have led many people astray. Yet, having said that, it is more dangerous now than ever to be following a pastor. And Jesus is coming to make war on pastors. Pastors are the problem. A pastor preaching on the end times is irony, because the reason for the end times is pastors. But also Jesus is coming to make war on the sycophants that follow the pastors. And they have already been led astray, because the thing is the mark of the Antichrist. And the sycophants that follow the pastors tell themselves, well, he's the anointed one, and if it were the mark of the Antichrist, my pastor would let me know, or my priest would let me know. That's their thinking. But that's exactly why it is judgment for that thinking. Okay, much more is explained in other videos, the 23 church signs video, the links below, and other videos. All right, God is pointing in an overwhelming way to May 17th, 2024, regarding the death of James Earl Jones. I've made many videos explaining why James Earl Jones is so very important in God's prophetic signs, and so I will not explain anything regarding that in this video. It has come to light. Right now, it is very early morning, East Coast time, U.S. New York time. It's very, very early morning. Actually, it may even... It's 1 a.m. New York time, and on the 15th. So it is May 15th that I'm currently making this video. The date that the video is posted proves that this video is being produced, recorded before May 17th. Anyway, it has come to light that May 17th, God was pointing to in an overwhelming way regarding James Earl Jones. And it has come to light that it will likely be a step in the trail of signs, leading to the predicted date that James Earl Jones will die, because it seems likely that James Earl Carter, in other words, Jimmy Carter, the former president, will die on May 17th. So the way God's big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, his true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel, is that it works in terms of connected signs. The full intended meaning of all of the prophetic signs cannot be properly understood or fully understood without their context and connections to other prophetic signs. And God has been developing, as explained in other videos, these trails of signs, and one particular trail of signs, well, multiple trails of signs, regards James Earl Jones. And through the connections between other signs, God is able to impart stories and knowledge, very important knowledge, which wouldn't otherwise be possible with an isolated prophetic sign. And anyway, James Earl Jones is part of, James Earl Carter is also important in God's signs, and I'll just explain a couple of things, but I'll have to make a part 2. I don't have time to really get into explaining adequately the importance of Jimmy Carter and what God is communicating and will communicate through the death of Jimmy Carter, as predicted to be on May 17th. The date it was predicted that James Earl Jones will die, May 17th. It is now believed that instead James Earl Carter will die on this date, and as such, the death of James Earl Carter will be a step in the trail of signs that is leading to the death of James Earl Jones. And this is how it has been for the last 5 years. I have known since the summer of 2019 that the death of James Earl Jones will be a major prophetic sign, and God continues to develop these steps in this trail of signs regarding James Earl Jones. And I was convinced that the trail would finally end on May 17th, but it looks like it won't. And it will be a step, and it will be the death of James Earl Carter instead. And so, James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, the former president, was the 39th president. And James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, is predicted to die 39 days after the eclipse, the extremely prophetic eclipse, which is why I thought James Earl Jones would die on this date. Not the only reason, there's far more than that. I mean, God is definitely pointing to James Earl Jones with May 17th. And one of the confirmations for that was this connection to the eclipse. Now, it would be 40 days inclusive account. This would be relevant because the eclipse passed over 7 cities named Nineveh, and Jonah in the Bible preached repentance and destruction of Nineveh for 40 days. And so the first day of the 40 days would be the day of the eclipse, and then an additional 39 days would total 40 days, which would match the 40 days from the eclipse. Now, I was convinced because I know that James Earl Jones's death will be that important. It will be so important that it would be the adequate prophetic sign that would be 40 days after the eclipse. But it looks like I'm wrong. The reason why I believe that I am wrong now is because James Earl Carter has the name that, of course, rhymes with James Earl Jones. And Jimmy Carter is also important in God's signs. And I wouldn't say that he's as important as James Earl Jones, though. Anyway, that because of the 40 days from the eclipse, but it is actually 39 days, and Jimmy Carter was the 39th president. Now, 39 is a very important, it is a very interesting number because it is 3 sets of 13. And the number 13 symbolizes America, and this eclipse was judgment warning for America. The nation of America was founded with 13 colonies, and it is the 13th tribe of Israel. What do I mean by that? Well, Joseph was replaced by his two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. And Manasseh was the younger one, but God demonstrated that he would be the one that would receive the inheritance. Ephraim and Manasseh are symbolism for the UK Anglosphere, the UK, and then the younger one, Manasseh, was the one that received the inheritance. And God passed from the tribes of Israel to his Gentile nation, America, which was founded by the UK and English culture, which God blessed. But judgment is commensurate with the amount of blessings and light, and these English-speaking countries are primarily the ones that God is focused on with the end times judgment and destruction. But he's also focused secondarily on Europe, particularly Western Europe. After that would come Eastern Europe, in that order. And this is what God is focused on with the judgment destruction that's coming. But of course it applies to the world, but that's a mistake that many people make, that the God's wrath is coming down on the entire world equally. Absolutely not. We've already seen it. We are already in the wrath, for one thing. We are in the final 7 years. That began in 2017 with the first eclipse. Speaking of the eclipse, that was one of the symbolic beginnings of the final 7 years. And when the prediction comes to pass, it will prove this, and this is the purpose for the prediction that is from God. The reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that we are already in the final 7 years that is described in Daniel chapter 9, for those that know what I'm talking about, that for those that are still looking for a symbolic beginning of some kind, they're not even sure what exactly. It already began. The 7 years, we are already inside it, well inside it. The second coming is in October of 2024, and the prediction being made in this video will prove this, and this is the purpose of this prediction. Make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason for this prediction that is from God, the purpose of it. It is to prove that we are inside the 7 years, all right, for one thing. Now, James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, is most famous arguably for his Malaise speech. And that's symbolism for the malaise of America, the displeasure with America that God has, and why it is about to be judged and destroyed. It is in the process of being destroyed. We are already, like I said, inside the final 7 years of the destruction. Okay, so that's one reason for James Earl Carter. Another reason is that he is the alien president. He is the president that said that he believed that he had an encounter, or rather saw a UFO. And the coming demonic deception, alien deception, demons pretending to be aliens, is a big part of what's coming. The kickoff event, the symbolic beginning of some kind, God is pointing to as being on July 27th, 2024. And also 39, as I was getting at, actually, I got off topic there a little bit, but 39, 3 sets of 13, which is the number that symbolizes America, but it is also the number in the Bible that symbolizes the Antichrist, Barack Obama, who is described in the 13th chapter of the book of Revelation. There are two Antichrists. The first of the two is Pope Francis. Now, 39 being 3 sets of 13 hints at 13 times 3, which hints at 133, which is the 44th prime number. And so James Earl Carter, the 39th president, is a hint at the Antichrist, the 44th president. Jimmy Carter was a leftist, and leftism is evil. Jimmy Carter's interpretation of Christianity is not correct. For example, because he presented himself, that's the thing about Jimmy Carter. he presented himself as this Christian. But a leftist Christian is an oxymoron. There's no such thing. And if someone is going to be saved that is a leftist, that is on the left, that is a Democrat, it'll be because God will be merciful on that person. And I assume it is because that person is confused. But confused to the degree that it matters. Because obviously all people on the left are confused about truth. And so anyway, but Jimmy Carter presented himself and was elected because of this. It was a form of deception. His leftist branded Christianity that the Democrats said, you know what? Let's make this guy the nominee because he's going to get us these conservative votes, these Christian votes that we won't otherwise be able to get. But Jimmy Carter's at the same time one of us. He's really a secular leftist presenting himself as a Christian. That's essentially why he got the nomination. And it's a lie. It's this version of Christianity that's a lie. And that's the big point about Jimmy Carter, too. That's very important to understand for why God is using Jimmy Carter. It's a big, important part of it. It's this brand of Christianity that's a lie. It's deception, which is why Jimmy Carter is the alien president. Furthermore, just as, for example, speaking of the aliens and how that's a lie, designed to trap quote-unquote Christians, because the whole purpose of the end times and the Antichrist is to test the faith of quote-unquote Christians. But obviously, a Christian with a true, solid biblical worldview will easily recognize that it is impossible for there to be aliens because of Jesus. See, Jimmy Carter was a liar. He may not know it consciously. He may think of himself as a Christian, but no Christian believes in aliens, right? Because otherwise, because it's not the Bible. It's not a biblical worldview. First of all, in the biblical worldview, Earth is the center of the universe, and man is the center of God's creation. And Jesus came, God became a man, took the form of a man, Jesus, and died for the sins of men. Now, to believe in aliens would either mean that, and furthermore, the aliens to get here would imply that they're technologically and mentally superior. So did God take the form of aliens and hopscotch around the universe in different forms and die on crosses all over the universe? Or did he take the form of a man to die for all of the sins of including aliens? It's wicked deception for those that don't have a biblical worldview that call themselves quote-unquote Christians, like Jimmy Carter. You see what I'm getting at? That's why Jimmy Carter is the alien president, and that's why he's the leftist, Democrat, supposedly Christian president. And like I have to emphasize that that's why he became the president. It was through pretending that he was a Christian. Now, again, I'm sure he actually believes in his beliefs. I personally don't believe that he intentionally fooled people, unlike Barack Obama, who intentionally has fooled the masses throughout his entire life. But there's a parallel. Barack Obama is like a Jimmy Carter, a liar, someone who's presenting himself as something that he is not. And that's the reason why the 39th president hints at the 44th prime number and the 44th president. It's this pretension of who they are but aren't. And like Jimmy Carter, Barack Obama is a leftist, but he is a radical leftist. That's his background, and he is a communist. And once a communist, always a communist. Communism really isn't necessarily the correct word to describe the political cult of the left today. It's not like 1930s Stalinist communism, right? It's evolved. It's a subspecies of that, though. It's Marxism in a new format. It's an evolution of Marxism that has gripped the blue team, the political cult of the left, and Marxism is evil. Marx, for example, was a devil worshiper, literally. He was a Satanist, literally. There's factual evidence to support that, incontrovertible evidence. He dedicated his plays to Satan. He was a playwright. He wrote letters to his son and addressed them to him as "you devil," his son. But that's what Satanists do. When they address each other, they call themselves devils. He was a true Satanist, and he saw Marxism as the vehicle to tear down society and Christianity. It's all because the truth is that it's a spiritual war we are in, and Satan is using Marxism and the left for his purposes. And Barack Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which came out of the Weather Underground. And Bill Ayers played an essential, important role in the rise of Obama in the early years. Obama wouldn't have become the president without Bill Ayers, who was a founder of the Weather Underground. Bill Ayers wrote his first autobiography, furthermore. And it's not a conspiracy theory. Bill Ayers has even said so. You can see him saying so in a video, for example. It's clear they had intentionally concocted this version of Barack Obama that's described in Dreams from My Father, which, by the way, contains a prophetic dream that Obama had that identifies him as the Antichrist. Dreams from My Father is an allusion to his father, Satan. All right, so anyway, Barack Obama had from the very beginning the ambition to not even necessarily become the president. That just happened over time. But in the beginning, he got into politics for the purpose of subverting the system in a clandestine way to bring about a Marxist-style revolution in America. And he accomplished a lot of that in his first presidency. Anyway, that's why he's returning, to finish the job. It's now time for him to be the Antichrist. The death of Jimmy Carter will hint at this. That's why Jimmy Carter died 40 days after the eclipse that pointed to the 40 days of repentance in Nineveh. But it'll be actually 39 days, and that's why it's the 39th president that will die on this date. It will point to Barack Obama, the Antichrist. The eclipse passed over the path of totality of the 2017 eclipse, exactly where it peaked. And it peaked over the area of the country nicknamed Little Egypt, including Cairo, Illinois. And that's because Egypt in the Bible is symbolism for the world that Satan is the ruler of, and the king of Egypt that persecuted the Israelites in Egypt is symbolic of the Antichrist. And so that's why 40 days later we have this death of, or will have the death of Jimmy Carter, which will point to the Antichrist, as I have just explained through the different ways I've just explained. The eclipse also passed over, by the way, Mount Carmel, Illinois, which was the location of the strongest earthquake in Illinois history. And that earthquake occurred. There were two that are considered the strongest. I believe they're both the same magnitude. There was one in 19 1968, which connects to the birth of Barack Obama. I forget the details. It's part of God's big picture of science, the 1968 Illinois earthquake, but also the one on April 18th, 2008, during the rise of Obama on the campaign trail. And that earthquake also pointed to Barack Obama. But that earthquake was centered in Mount Carmel. And the only place that it did any destruction was in Cairo, Illinois, if I recall correctly. It destroyed the highway, and that's important because it's the I-57 highway that connects Chicago to Cairo, Illinois. In the Bible, the 31st chapter of Isaiah that describes the Antichrist and his defeat at the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ on the Temple Mount begins with, "Woe to those who go down to Egypt," which is why Barack Obama went down to Egypt right after becoming the president in early 2009 to give a speech to the Muslim world in order to tell the Muslim world that America is no longer a Christian nation. And speaking of the eclipse, that speech was exactly 3,000 days before the 2017 eclipse that passed over Little Egypt. The reason for 3,000 days is because after the Israelites escaped Egypt, 3,000 Israelites perished in God's judgment after their rebellion at Mount Sinai. Now, I forget all of the details regarding the connections to the Mount Carmel earthquake. Unfortunately, I'm just going offhand. This is a spontaneous video I'm making here because I just discovered a couple hours ago that it'll be James Earl Carter instead of James Earl Jones 2 days from now. So I'm in a hurry to make this video and get back to the video production regarding the predicted death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash on May 19th. And she will die in St. Louis, by the way. Her crash will be in St. Louis because it will be near the X of the eclipse. It'll be near Little Egypt. That will be why her plane will crash in St. Louis. Mount Carmel, was in the Bible the location that Elijah, the prophet, challenged the prophets of Baal. But when he challenged the 400 prophets of Asherah on Mount Carmel, he used 4 large jars of water, dumped them over the wooden altar that he had made, and he repeated this 3 times. It was a 4-4-4 because of the 4 large jars and this being repeated 3 times. This hints at the 44th president because it's all about false religion, and the left has made politics their religion. It is a false religion. It is an abomination, leftism. It isn't just a political philosophy. When you have the spiritual eyes to see and understand what is really going on, it is in fact a religious cult. And that's the metaphor hinted at with Mount Carmel, which is why the eclipse passed over Mount Carmel after passing over Cairo, Illinois. And to finish that story, Elijah called down fire from heaven. And even though the altar was drowning in water, it lit on fire, whereas the prophets of Baal were unable to get their God to light their altar on fire. But soon will be the fire from the sun, the catastrophic solar flare that God is hinting at, which is why James Earl Jones, God is using a metaphor of a lion's roar to hint at this, and James Earl Jones hints at this because he is the voice of the Lion King. The movie The Lion King was inspired by Hell's Gate Canyon National Park in southwest Kenya, right near where Barack Obama was born. And so anyway, I think that'll be it for this video regarding how it'll be, instead of James Earl Jones, James Earl Carter that will die on May 17th, and how it will point to the eclipse, as I have explained here, and also to Barack Obama. One other important point to explain here regarding the significance of Jimmy Carter and how it points to Barack Obama is that Jimmy Carter betrayed Israel and brokered the Camp David peace accords, which compelled Israel to return land for peace. This land returning supposedly to Arab Muslims for peace is against God's plan. The land belongs to God. The last word on whose land it is belongs to God, and God says that it is his land for his people, the Jews. And so that's important because Barack Obama, once he becomes the Antichrist, will be involved in this big world project to make Jerusalem an international city and to divide God's land. So there's all kinds of lies, by the way. If you are on the left and you made it to this video and you have been brainwashed by the left media regarding the nature of this conflict, you do not have a proper understanding of even the basic history of the conflict, right? Just to give you an eye-opener, Yasser Arafat was born in Cairo, Egypt. Okay, the leader of the Palestinian homeland movement was not born in Palestine. He was born in Cairo, Egypt. Like the vast majority of their ancestors, they came to the largely desolate land after Jews came and started making it productive, seeking economic opportunity compared to where they came from. Right? So that's the truth. And that's just scratching the surface of the truth and the dispelling of the lies that the left tells. So anyway, that's very important that Jimmy Carter, this is, by the way, the prophetic signs involving the death of his wife recently, one of the reasons for why her death was prophetic, which is explained in other videos, specifically the Gaza video that I've made. You need to watch that video. You need to watch all of the videos when the prediction comes to pass. She was the one that suggested the location Camp David, for example. So she is symbolically a part of this prophetic sign that God is telling regarding this warning through Jimmy Carter and his wife about Barack Obama, who will play the role of Jimmy Carter, whose presidency was known for the Camp David peace accords. One of the big things that Jimmy Carter is known for is this brokering of this peace through demanding Israel return land in the name of peace, which of course doesn't work, because the only way to understand this conflict is through a spiritual perspective, which implies the Bible. And any other perspective will not be adequate for understanding the conflict and therefore its resolution. It is a spiritual war, and the spiritual enemy is behind the forces that are against the restoration of Israel and Jews back to the Holy Land. Because the Jews are being restored, or have been restored, and still are in the process of being restored to the Holy Land in the 20th century, and soon many more Jews are about to be compelled to return to Israel as anti-Semitism increases on the left throughout the nations in which a large number of Jews live, including America, the reason for the restoration of Israel is that the Lord will soon return to Israel and will dwell in Israel, in Jerusalem, on the Temple Mount for the 1,000 years of peace after his second coming, which the spiritual enemy is working hard to prevent, which is why the irrational hatred for Jews. It just occurred to me that another reason why Jimmy Carter will die on May 17th, 39 days after the eclipse, is that Jimmy Carter brokered the Camp David peace accords with the leader of Egypt, the president of Egypt. The eclipse passed over the area of the country nicknamed Little Egypt, including Cairo, Illinois, exactly where the first eclipse in 2017 peaked. And so the eclipse points to Egypt, and Jimmy Carter points to Egypt, this symbolism. And Egypt, again, and the leader of Egypt is symbolic of the Antichrist. And by the way, the reason why the two paths of the eclipses engendered an X over Little Egypt is because it is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist that is described in Bible prophecy, that the Antichrist, Barack Obama, will enforce. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. In the last days, many people who claim to be a follower of Christ will have spiritual experiences that are in reality demonic. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Please leave a like and upvote the video, and once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more, don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the BitChute.com or the Odyssey.com channel. And do it now in case you aren't able to later.